call on Will Short, Regional Clerk, to conduct the roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Craig.
Present.
Councillor Deutschmann.
Present.
Councillor Erb. Councillor Foxton.
Present.
Councillor Harris.
Present.
Councillor Hunig.
Happy spring.
Councillor James.
Present.
Councillor Liggett. Councillor McCabe. Councillor Nowak. Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Councillor Ivanovic. Councillor Williams.
I'm here.
Councillor Wolf.
Present.
And Councillor Solomon's en route. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, colleagues. I would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Chinootan peoples. We acknowledge the enduring presence of these Indigenous people with whom we share the land today, their achievements and their contributions to our community. What I have learned from working with Indigenous colleagues is that our relationship to the land should be one of stewardship and not ownership, and I am honored to make this journey with them. Colleagues, I would now entertain a motion to go into closed session. If I could have a mover, moved by Councillor Erb, seconded by Councillor Craig. Please use your e-scribe to vote. We will be going into close to deal with a potential litigation related to identifiable risks, security of technological property of the municipality, and personal matters about an identifiable individual. That is carried, colleagues. We will now retire to the Waterloo room. I'd like to welcome everyone to tonight's Regional Council meeting, especially the Waterloo Christian Reformed Church Youth Group that have joined us this evening to discover the wonders of municipal government. So welcome. We hope that your visit sparks an interest to getting involved in your community even further. Tomorrow we mark the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. It is a call to action for individuals, communities, governments, and organizations to address racial discrimination and hate. This is an issue our community continues to work on together. This past year, in partnership with the Coalition of Muslim Women, the region took another step to deterring hate and harassment in all spaces where we welcome visitors in our anti-hate and harassment bylaw. Every day is an opportunity to build a more welcoming and respectful community. On the International Day for Elimination of Racial Discrimination, let us reflect on recent steps we've taken. Each of us can do our part to address hate and harassment as we continue to build a safe and well Waterloo region. I would now entertain a motion to reconvene and open. Moved by Councillor Nowak, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Please use your e-scribe to vote.
I'm a yes.
I'm also a yes, and I don't have e-scribe access today.
You are without
yes.
access? Okay. That is carried, colleagues. Thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, there are no presentations, no petitions. We do, however, have delegations. We have received 5 additional delegations following the addendum release for a total of 10 delegations. I would like to remind all delegations of some guidelines for participation. For those who are joining us in person, please proceed to the podium when you are called upon to speak. For those who are joining us electronically, please have your video camera turned off and your microphone audio muted until you are called on to speak. Delegations who registered before the deadline will have 5 minutes. Delegations who registered after the deadline will have 3 minutes. If you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in immediate removal from the meeting: interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations; derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others; turning your camera on at inappropriate times; and hate speech or defamatory comments. One last reminder for delegations: please do not take offense if following your presentation there are no questions from council. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and ideas shared with us from our community members. And a quick reminder for members of the audience: you are asked to maintain order. This means that you may not address the committee without the permission of the chair, interrupt anyone, disrupt the meeting with unreasonable noise or vocal expressions such as applause, booing, or cheering, and displaying any signs or posters. Our first delegation is Temesangeng Wildermott. I believe there are 3 people: Haben Tesfaye and Tessa Michael Yasameng, and you're from the Eritrean Foundation. You have 5 minutes. Welcome. You have the floor. Go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Haben Tesfaye. I live in Kitchener. Thank you for giving me this golden opportunity. All the honorable councillor as well as the mayor, Barry Vernamovich. I'm here to express our issue reality we are facing in Canada as Canadian citizenship, as well as the transnation pressure. We will hear more from my brother Temascan as well as Tesfan. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Temasgan. I am also a resident of Kitchener, and I thank you so much for the Honorable Mayor and all council members for giving us this golden opportunity to express our idea. So we are going to tell this letter that we already sent to the councils last week. So the topic of this is we need to explain to the councils about the transnational repression that comes from the most world dictatorial regime, Eritrean government, Isaias Afwerki, through his front organization, agents, and councils. So we are here to explain you as the residents of Waterloo region and collective of concerned Eritrean Canadian human rights group for the safety of our community and Canadian citizens, as this situation needs serious attention and take an action as the region supporters keep preparing to hold more events in May 2024 and post dramatic warnings on the Facebook platform, which had been advocating for the killing of Eritrean pro-democracy protesters, calling for their families back in Eritrea to be punished, and spreading hate and discord among Eritreans in Ontario and beyond in support of the dictatorial regime in Eritrea. They shared Facebook posts that call for the long arm of the Eritrean regime to kill protesters, punish their family back in Eritrea, and deny their identities. Regime supporters as Eritrean Canadian Community of Toronto had been holding events and seminars that support to be Eritrean cultural festivals. One such event was held on August 5, 2023 in Toronto. Members of this community armed with metal rod, scrap metal, rocks, sticks, some of them with nails, especially made iced cups used as throwing rocks, broken bottles, frozen beverage bottles, pepper sprays, other types of sprays that help them attack, equipped with military-style walkie-talkies, some dressed with protective vests, helmets, military clothes, orange shirt, PFDJ, Eritrean ruling party flags, and regime flags, current national flag of Eritrea started rotating against peaceful protesters, mostly new refugee arrivals, re-traumatized by being followed to Canada by the regime they have fled from. The magnitude and type of violence
You have 1 minute remaining.
we are deeply concerned that such front organization designed as a community organization continue to intimidate Eritreans who have fled the regime, militarize Eritrean founders for the Eritrean military, creating discord and violence among Canadians are permitted to be operate and yet are flooded by several Canadian government initiatives. And my friend Michael gonna do a short conclusion about that.
Okay, with the shortage of time, my name is Michael. Thank you for this opportunity. As my brother said, we Eritreans living in Canada, far from the dictatorial regime, are being persuaded by transnational pressures. We have not been able to properly enjoy the freedom and democracy that Canada has given us. Therefore, we kindly ask you to understand this from the very few details provided and make a last solution for us as the Canadian Eritrean community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hunick, did you have a question of the delegation?
I do, yes, Chair. Thank you very much for the information that you provided in advance, and especially for coming to council today. I'm just wondering if you can describe to Regional Council how is it that you're hoping that we can help you?
Yeah, first of all, just collecting an information like prove that we are like scared like to live here in Canada. We are the victim of the government. When we came to Canada, we get the permanent residence because of we are the victim of the government, the regime. And we are not lying to the system, to the Canadian immigration system. We are not still not supporting him because we are already his victim. But those are brothers from the other side. They tell to the Canadian immigration system that the victim of the government, and they get a paper, they get the permanent residence. Then after a while, they change their mind and they start supporting him. They start supporting him by collecting money and send to him. So and by so-called a cultural event, they planned or hosted a lot of events almost every month to collect money and send him. And in that event, they have some propagandas, hate speech, military activities, and they told us officially in platform, our government has a long arm. So even though you are in Western countries or in Canada or somewhere, our government's arm will reach you. We feel like we are not out of our country. So even though we are living in Canada, we are still, they intimidate us. They keep intimidate us. They try to zip our mouths. They don't respect our opinion. We are going to keep telling the truth about the government, which is 32 years without any election. Only one media, one TV government owned, one newspaper government owned, no freedom of speech, no freedom of right at all. So we need to tell to the councillors, with all respect, that they should have an investigation, an accurate investigation, what's going on here. Because their embassy was banned in 2023 with an approved investigation. So they collect money and send to 2% of their income, their annual income illegally collected, and sent for wars and for other political issues to the government. So as a Canadian citizen, we are here, we're supposed to pay taxes to Canada, not to the regime which is in Eritrea. So we need to work with you guys or with the regional police to come to one solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next delegation is Mohammed Aftar Nazir from Kitchener, and I believe you are joining us virtually. Mohammed, you have the floor and you have 5 minutes. Okay, we're going to go to the next delegation. Sean Campbell, Union Cooperative. You are in person. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, everybody. It's great to see you again. I don't have a spread or a PowerPoint with me today, which means I won't make you look at any spreadsheets or numbers. I'm just here to talk about the housing report that's before everyone today. For full approval. So I'm hopeful that we can push it past the finish line here. When we talk particularly about the preservation and acquisition of existing units, 2 weeks back I shared a slide that showed 566 apartments that were up for sale. And to come up with that figure, all I did was I looked on 2 different days, 1 month apart. I just looked for apartments that were up for sale. It wasn't an exhaustive look, but we can see how quickly homes are being flipped in our community. Now, thankfully, the people who rent there are still able to continue to rent, but there's a lot of pressures being put on those renters as well. And of course, the lower tier cities or the area municipalities are working hard on things like rent eviction bylaws, but we see other rental pressures as well. With these existing units, or existing apartments, existing homes, it's a really important opportunity for our community to try and preserve them, to look at different tools that we may be able to use. And one reason is it's the most tax efficient, most cost efficient way to provide affordable housing. For us to purchase an existing older apartment building in our community, and there are lots, they're often tucked away in the back of an old neighborhood, which you won't even notice driving down the street. If you go around Fairview Mall or down Ottawa near Lackner, you'll see all of these old 60s, 70s, 80s built apartments that are just great homes for lots of folks. And we as a community group can purchase them for about $190,000 to $290,000 an apartment. To build new, regional staff can tell us the exact numbers, but I think probably what you're seeing in your submissions that you're getting from developers is around $450,000, maybe $550,000 an apartment. So hundreds of thousands of dollars an apartment less that we can permanently preserve these homes for. And we need the support to do it. So for Union Cooperative, we purchased our first building without any government capital support, but we haven't done that again in the past 2 years. It takes some time to get ready to do this on our own as a community group without that additional support. So I'm really excited that this report's coming forward, that these tools are being advanced by the region. And I should note that the biggest opportunities for this type of work are in Cambridge right now, as well as a few of the smaller apartments that still exist in, or that do exist in the townships as well. These are where we see the most low-cost apartments, the biggest opportunity for us to have an impact in our community. And the impact of displacement to an individual is significant. We all want to see the development up of our community rather than sprawling out. We want to see more homes being created and create a more lively community to meet the housing challenge. But when we develop, we often displace in one form or another, or we can create the conditions where displacement can occur. One way we can help prevent that is by acquiring these existing properties. That's not a NIMBY argument, that's a yes and. We need to preserve and we need to build. And when someone is displaced, they don't just lose an affordable unit, it's not just a number, but they lose their neighbors, they lose their favorite coffee shop down the road, being able to walk to the church around the corner. We looked at one property a few years ago, 18 homes near the Fairview Mall. One woman had lived there for 4 decades, raised her daughter in that building. Her daughter was now on the second floor above, raising the woman's granddaughter. Now, we didn't have the tools in place to buy that apartment. It has since sold 2 more times, each time for more and more money. They're going to get their money out of that property somehow. So we need to be thinking about how we can help preserve these communities, these homes that people want to live in. And when we look to do this work, and we look at the federal government with CMHC and the provincial government, the municipal supports that are available.
You have 1 minute left, Sean.
Thank you very much. Currently, we don't have the tools or resources at our disposal to help us with these acquisitions. For very good reason, there's a lot of work being put on building new, but we have the opportunity here through this report, through this process in collaboration with the area municipalities, to look at how we can create and bring forward tools that also focus on preserving the homes that already exist, are already affordable, and already creating community within Waterloo region. So I'll leave it with that, with the final comment that, Union Co-op, we haven't been out there recruiting folks to our community organization in a while, but we continue to grow. People are, for some reason or another, being pulled in by this idea of being able to help out their neighbors. And we have over 235 people who have all come together, and we're continuing to add more, who all want to try and make our community an affordable and great spot to live. So thank you very much for considering this, and I hope we can push it forward today.
Impressive timing, right on. Thank you very much. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. It's like Sean's done this before. I just want to, thank you for coming in and reiterating your support for the recommendations that staff have provided, and to also just thank you for the work that you've done in the community, over with the Union Co-op, but also, speaking with me and probably lots of other elected officials to provide some recommendations and ideas of how we can work more quickly in some cases and what policies and procedures need to change. So just wanted to say thank you and keep up the good work, and I do hope that we can get these over the finish line so that Union Co-op is in a position to save some of these naturally occurring affordable rental units. So thanks a lot, Sean.
Thank you.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for coming in, Sean. And I think one of the yardsticks we'll use to measure this, what we're hopefully going to pass this evening, is the success of Union Co-op in the coming years. So hopefully we'll see some purchases that you've been able to make based on what we hopefully will approve this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. They're all the questions, although I didn't hear question marks at the end, but I'm sure they were in there somewhere. Thank you very much. Aaron Stauch, next from Kitchener. Welcome. The floor is yours, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I think few of you know me. I've spent a career in social services, both in the not-for-profit and the government world, working in employment, mental health, social assistance, and housing. And I want to speak in support of the bylaw for the tax exemption. I think there's lots of work that focuses on building our way out of affordable housing. This is good work and an important work, and it's necessary, but we can't just build our way out of affordable housing, out of the affordable housing challenge. We also need to preserve affordable housing that exists and avoid disruption where people are moved out of their house and into housing instability because of property transactions, rent evictions, those kinds of occurrences. The bylaw that's in front of you today around the property tax exemption provides an essential tool in delivering on that and ensuring that affordable housing is maintained and we have a vibrant community where people have a good place to live, a stable place to live, that avoids some of the longer term impacts of income insecurity, housing instability, and the long-term impacts that those have around people ending up in situations where they experience mental health challenges, addiction challenges, health outcome challenges. So I want to thank council for their leadership on this. I want to thank staff for their leadership, and I want to speak in support of it. And I will keep my remarks brief because Sean already said a bunch of the things that needed to be said.
Thank you very much, Aaron. I don't see any questions, but I do appreciate your coming in to add your voice to the conversation. The next delegation is KLG from Waterloo.
Right. Thank you very much.
You have 5 minutes.
Right. Okay, I sent you all my slides because I particularly wanted you to see the link to the film Push, which featured the UN Special Rapporteur on Adequate Housing, Leilani Farhi, analysis of housing, and it made such a difference to me, because she talked about housing as a human right, but pointed out in the film that housing is a great economic investment tool too. And I must confess, I am biased in this. I am a member of Union Co-op, and I support through donations affordable housing created by the Working Center and Beyond Housing and the House of Friendship. So I definitely feel housing is a human right. And I also feel that we do need truly affordable housing. And although we have a number of government programs, provincial subsidies and so on to stimulate that, I go back to the definition that the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation does of what's affordable housing. And they say it's affordable if it takes less than 30% of a household's before tax income. And that's the same kind of criterion that banks and financial institutions use. That's the advice they give you when you're trying to take out a loan or a mortgage, that you should spend no more than 30% of your income on your housing costs. So unfortunately, the two primary incentives that the province has brought in, like Bill 134, it's defining affordable housing much differently. It says if it's affordable if it costs 30% of the income of households at or above the 60th percentile. So the top 40% of our community could afford these units, but clearly that's not people on old age security or minimum wage even. And similarly, the inclusionary zoning, which we done, again, it's looking at the market rate. 80% of the market rate is affordable. But what does that translate to? Well, the average Waterloo rent right now is $2,200 a month, according to Zumfer. If you take 80% of that, that's $1,760 you should be spending on your rent or housing. And that's 30% of gross income. So you end up needing 2.5 people working full-time at minimum wage to afford this one-bedroom apartment. So I don't think that's quite what we want. But meanwhile, we do have affordable housing that is here. And Sean has already mentioned some of that. And I think this property tax exemption is the perfect way to keep that affordable housing affordable. So there are some existing apartment buildings that were built before 2018 that are still rent controlled. People haven't moved out, but newer apartments don't have to abide by rent control. But the other thing is that existing apartment buildings built before 2006 currently pay higher property tax rates than new builds. But we do have these existing apartment buildings that are, as Sean has remarked before, they eventually are affordable housing. They're this naturally occurring affordable housing. And it's these kind of units that I think we should be figuring out how to hang on to them, because as Sean and I'm sure the rest of you know too, it's so much cheaper to keep an existing unit than to try and replace it. And I think the property tax exemption for affordable housing will help do this a lot, because it will lower property taxes for the owners of these buildings and allow them to bring them up to standards, maybe insulate them, bring them into a better affordability for energy concerns and so on.
Kay, you have 1 minute remaining.
Right. So to me, it's a quick way to provide direct assistance to maintain these older, naturally occurring affordable buildings and make them even more affordable long-term for the tenants and the owners of them. And really, it's minimal financial impact to the region and any cities which adopt the property tax exemption. But I think there's huge social gains, just huge, especially when you think about the people that are trying to be rent-evicted from these units. So the thing is, so the cities or the municipalities that might want to do this can't do it unless the region enacts this motion tonight, because the region has to do it, of course, according to the Municipal Act. So that's why please don't block cities which want to preserve existing affordable housing, and please vote for this amendment. Or not amendment, this policy.
Thank you very much, Kay. I have a couple of questions. Councillor McCabe, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Kay, for taking time to present to us tonight, and thank you for sending those slides. And I'll look for time to watch that movie. So thanks for sharing that as well. And I know you mentioned that you're a member of Union Co-op, so I don't know if you can answer this or not, but do you have a sense of how much quicker an organization like Union Co-op could purchase, like if we have the property tax exemption in place, which hopefully we will by the end of tonight, like how much quicker you could accelerate the timeline for purchasing a property? Do you have a sense of that? Have you, because I think Sean mentioned that they've been looking at some other properties.
I don't know that offhand, but I do remember him pointing out that the property tax was their single biggest expense on their budget, you know. So obviously that would help a lot, I know, to do this, and it would, I'm sure, help with the financing as well. But unfortunately, I can't answer that as well as Sean could have.
Sorry, I probably should have asked Sean that, but I know you're also a really, you do a lot of work with climate action and work on sustainability. I was a little, I know you only had 5 minutes, but just wondered if you, off the top of your head, could kind of remind us of what would be saved in GHGs by saving a building versus building a building.
Well, just for a house, if you tear down a house and replace it, it's the equivalent of 27 round trips to Hong Kong and back. And it can take about 163 years before, even if you put up a net zero house to replace it, it would take about 163 years for the carbon emissions they use to build that house, and all the materials that go into it for it to even out, emission wise. So for an apartment building, I don't know, but it would be a tremendous difference.
Thank you.
Councillor Leggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Missed your face at Cambridge Council last night, Kay, when we had on our agenda the loss of 5 affordable units potentially, and I was wondering if you were able to watch it live and realize that we turned down a development proposal because the developer had not come back with an option to save those 2 buildings and add on to them or the property in order to get the number of units he could would have been able to do. Were you
Mhm,
able to
mhm.
catch that?
No, I can't remember what I was doing. It's been such an incredibly busy week this week.
Well, it was just one of those projects that troubles a lot of councils when we have a loss. And so our net gain isn't really a net gain because the people who can least afford to move are the ones who are normally evicted. And so yeah, we stood by our principles, and I'm sure it's going to the OLT, but we had to do what we had to do.
Right, right. Well, I do think any measure that would help cut the cost so that people could make these buildings more energy efficient really benefits the tenants in the long run, because that's one thing I know about Beyond Housing and other affordable housing providers, that they try to build really good quality buildings because they do care, the rental buildings, because they're going to have them for a long time and they want their tenants to be able to continue to afford them. So it's really important.
Thank you very much, Kay. Our next delegation is Kay Valley Home Bannox. Kay, I believe you're here in person. Welcome, and you have the floor, and you have 5 minutes.
A startup company. There we go. Home Banks is a startup company, and we are mentored by Liftoff. We started about a year and a half ago, and our goal when we started was to create 1 million homes for Canadians. I know, a little bit outrageous, a little bit ambitious, but hey, why not, right? So that was our goal, but as we did our research and as we did all of our discovery, we kept hearing certain things. For instance, one of the people I was speaking to told me, I went to get a credit card. I wanted to go get a credit card rather, but I was afraid. She said that what she wanted to do, she wanted to go to the bank and she wanted to talk to them, but she said she didn't know how she would be treated. And I mention that because when we started looking at this question of providing housing, and we started to come across these gaps, and we dug a little deeper, we started to hear from people who were telling us things like, we owned our own home, but then we had a financial difficulty and we didn't know what to do, so we lost our home. And I've heard stories like this again and again. And so we tried to figure out how can we help people get into home ownership who are Black women and the 2S LGBTQ people. And what we came up with and what people told us they needed was basically a financial literacy program. Now, I know we've been talking about this for a long time in Canada, and I know financial literacy programs exist. But what doesn't exist is a financial literacy program for Black people that talks about systemic racism. The fact of the matter is, historical systemic racism has impacted us negatively. We have some of the highest educated people in the world, in Canada rather, but we are at the bottom rung when it comes to being paid. We have people who are starting businesses, and we're always here that financial literacy is extremely important to us in our success as business owners. But when we go through, what happens is we don't want to take some of these courses sometimes because they're not directed at us. And although the research says that discrimination is not overt, we still feel it. We can feel when we're not wanted in a room. We can feel when we're being told that we are somehow lesser in our financial literacy or in our financial confidence. And what the research is telling us is that this negatively impacts our success as business owners, so that the more that we are in an environment that negatively tells us we cannot succeed, we don't have the tools, we don't have the money, we don't have the support, we are going to fall behind, no matter how many liftoffs are there to support us. So what I'm here to do is, we have started what's called the HomeCo app. It is a program, it is a financial confidence program, because I find the word literacy a little offensive. It is a financial confidence program that bakes rather that is systemic racism focused. So what we do is we take a look at the historicity of systemic racism. We take a look at the ongoing challenges today, and we find pathways through that. So instead of just giving people information, we deliver the information in person, we work with them as mentors, and we find pathways to help them achieve their goals. And our goal is, working with our financial institution partners, is to have the community tell us what they need and have our financial institution partners bill that, so that we're taking this lesson of financial confidence and financial literacy, and we're taking it and we're doing more with it. We don't want to just give information, we want to have concrete solutions, which means we want to use this program to get people into homes.
You have 1 minute remaining, Kay.
I thank you very much. I am finished. And I just want to thank you all for listening to me. And I'm sorry that it may have seemed a bit rushed, but I just wanted to at least introduce myself, get that out there, because what I'm here for is to get staff to help me. Now, I have spoken with Ryan Petitpierre and Fauzia Bag, so I've met with them. We're meeting again. I've met with Colleen James, so I am getting support, but I did want to bring this to council as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's very exciting. Don't go away. We have a couple of questioners, but just as somebody who does keep the time, I appreciate fast talkers, so never apologize. Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Redmond. Thank you for coming today, Kay, and for the work you're doing to address systemic inequities. You did answer one of my questions, just confirming that you have met with staff. And I think not so much a question for Kay, but I'm just wondering, Commissioner Sweeney, if it's possible to have something to, to come back to maybe council with more information, thinking about the gap in equity when we looked at our Plan 10 chronic homelessness, if there is a possible way or feasibility with this.
So I'm just going to intervene here and say that if it's okay, we will finish the questions and then you can have Mr. Sweeney answer. We'll go to staff questions. Do you have any more for the delegation, Councillor James?
No, thank you, Kay.
Thank you. Councillor Hunick, go ahead.
Hi, Kay. Thank you for coming to council today, and thank you for sharing your ambitious goals. I applaud you for them. I have lots of ambitious goals too. I'm mindful that members of the Black community also experience sometimes physical disability as well, and so I just want to make sure that your plans for 1 million homes also take into consideration accessibility features.
Oh, yes, absolutely. When we get to the part where we actually get to building, one of the things that we want to do, as Sean has heard from the beginning, is climate resilient homes that allow people to be able to age in place and be able to be accessible. This idea of few units that are accessible and you've got to wait for that to come up, that's not what we want. We want communities where people can stay.
Good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Kay. And Commissioner Sweeney, would you like to answer Councillor James' question now?
The short answer is yes. So thank you. I understand that you have met with staff, and so certainly we'll bring something back. How that might fit into the plan to end chronic homelessness in the next couple of weeks, I don't know, but certainly we will bring it back.
Councillor James?
That's good. Thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you very much. Our next delegation is Alfred Lorick from Wilmot. Welcome, Alfred. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Chair Redmond and members of the Regional Council. My name is Alfred Lorick, and I'm a resident of Township of Wilmot, and I represent landowners, some of which are here today, who recently were informed that their lands would be expropriated if an amicable settlement was not achieved. The lands in question are 770 acres of prime farmland in the heart of Wilmot Township. As I only have 3 minutes for this presentation, I uploaded my entire presentation, and you'll receive that tomorrow. Our landowner group was approached independently just over a week ago by a consultant of the region of Waterloo, which the region of Waterloo is using, and an offer of purchase of our farms. The timelines were given for acceptance for this offer was today, which is absurd, given the massive disruption to our lives and the situation creates, with a goal to reach full land acquisition by August of this year. A larger group of concerned citizens met yesterday with our core team in order for us to update them on what is proposed. Many of these people are long-term farming families who located in the area due to the high quality of farmland and assurances that land like this, far from existing urban centers, would not face development pressures. To say they were distraught and devastated was an understatement. What is worse is that it came as a surprise to all of us. No formal notifications, meetings, or consultations. The outcome of our meeting was that the landowners were cohesive against this as a united front, and they are set to fight for the fight of their lives. We are deeply concerned because this action by the region of Waterloo is incongruent with many of their environmental, sustainability, and climate change initiatives, as well as inconsistent with long-term planning. We were told that this land acquisition is for an industrial plant initiative.
You've got 1 minute left, Alfred.
Thank you. Again, no details were contemplated, but the size, scale, and absurd location of this plant could destroy the region's visionary countryside line concept. There's always strong public support for new economic initiatives that will bring new, well-paying jobs to their community. There is already considerable concern and confusion about the unusual and unexpected site being chosen by the region for this industrial site. I wouldn't underestimate how many people are horrified about it and the impacts it could bring to our rural township in this distant, challenging location. The vast majority of the public will want to see farmland protected, and this factory is located in a better site closer to cities with far less negative impact. One simply needs to look at what has happened to Alliston and the impact of the surrounding areas. We look forward to working with you to find a far better solution, as there are numerous locations in the Waterloo region where this sort of development has always been anticipated, could be far more sustainable, and would be welcomed. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, all of you, for coming, and Alfred for speaking. We unfortunately can, given the confidential nature of the subject, are not in a position to comment, provide a response. However, I would suggest you address your concerns to Mr. Matthew Chandy, our Director of Economic Development, who is directly responsible in this manner. Again, thank you for coming in.
Was aware of it. Thank you.
Our next delegation is Vaughn Bender, Schlegel Urban Developments. Welcome. You have the floor, and you have 3 minutes. And I understand that you mailed a PDF to council members previous to this, so we are in receipt of that.
Thank you, Chair Redmond and members of council, and I apologize. I think you received the PDF twice in efforts to get it through the email system, but we were trying to move quickly in response to the March 20th report regarding Bill 162, and as it commented on 64 hectares of land in southwest Kitchener. I should start. I'm Vaughn Bender with Schlegel Urban Developments. I'm joined by 3 principals from GHD who have been advising and working on these lands from a hydrogeological and water protection, water resources perspective for many years. Andrew Betts, Steve Harris, and Richard Murphy, who will be the next delegation. I will move quickly here. On November 27th, the City of Kitchener passed a motion in response to the back and forth that has happened, as everyone knows, through this ROP exercise and provincial intervention and so on. But the City of Kitchener moved a motion for these 64 hectares of land, along with lands in the Skippa area, the southwest deferral area, for a total of 240 hectares to be included in the City of Kitchener. The Kitchener wastewater treatment plant, I'm skipping my notes here. The City of Kitchener also moved ahead with a housing pledge to meet the objective set out by the province to build 35,000 additional homes by 2031. Schlegel Urban Developments has been building a number of master planned 15-minute healthy and sustainable communities in Kitchener, and that is what we envision for these lands. The Region of Waterloo policies permit and are appropriate for these lands to be included for development. There is existing and efficient sustainable infrastructure that's already in place to serve these lands.
You have a minute remaining.
Okay. An existing local sanitary sewer, the Middle Strasbourg trunk sewer, and these lands provide a missing link of a community collector road. There is capacity for 42,000 cubic meters of additional sewage capacity in the Kitchener wastewater treatment plant, according to the Region of Waterloo's 2023 wastewater report. And in summary, these lands, and we tried to create our responses to the staff report in the staff report so you can see what our concerns and responses are kind of issue by issue. They will have the potential to increase the overall groundwater recharge. They will not increase chloride concentrations appreciably against existing background levels, and therefore will not have a negative impact to sensitive ecological features, watercourses, or drinking water supplies. So our request to this council is to support the City of Kitchener's moving forward with these lands, and we hope that might be reflected in the region's ultimate comments back to the province in the ERO.
Thank you very much, and you again were very respectful of the time. Thank you. I see no questions. The next delegation is it Richard Murphy, Steve Harris, and Andrew? Sorry, my screen disappeared. Councilor Pravanovich, you have a question?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I do. And Vaughn, I'm wondering if you can maybe start off, and I know we'll be talking about this later on, but one of the things that is a priority for this council and the municipalities in this region is getting more housing built because of the housing supply shortage in the region. And my understanding is there's infrastructure already that has been built in this area that actually will help to move that housing forward in a more timely manner. I'm wondering if you can speak to that.
Thank you. Yes. I believe, unlike some of what is referenced in the staff report, these lands, in fact, are the type of lands which are not leapfrogging, are not far out in the urban expansion. The Middle Strasbourg trunk sanitary sewer is already already built and has capacity for all of these lands. The final leg of the local sewer is literally stubbed into the property. The Rosenberg Community Center has been funded for $2.9 million in 2024. The Kitchener Public Library Southwest Branch is under construction for a cost of $14 million, with $6 million funded through the Government of Canada. Aquatic Center at the Schlegel Park is funded for $56 million in 24-25. The indoor turf field at Schlegel Park funded for $38 million in 24-25. The region of Waterloo has been making multi-year investments in road corridor upgrades on Fisher-Hallman, Bleems Road, roundabouts at New Dundee and Fisher-Hallman, Tressler Road, etc. So I would suggest that it is the type of the development that is identified as a priority where existing infrastructure is in place.
The other question I have is, and I don't know if you can answer it or you indicated that you have folks here who could perhaps answer these questions, but in particular, I'm interested in the issue around infiltration rates, and I'm just wondering if someone can speak to that issue, because I know that, I mean, these lands have been talked about for some time. They weren't part of a negotiated settlement because in the second last ROPA, you didn't appeal when others did, but they're not. They were never included in the protected lands, and so I'm there were conditions around infiltration rates and so on. And so I'm wondering if you or your consultants can speak to that information, because I've been surprised both by the lateness of this report coming in to council in the addendum agenda, but also with some of the information that's in it.
Yes, thank you. We were, we would have appreciated, I guess, more dialogue or more opportunity to talk about these concerns that are being identified by staff. I will say we've had extensive consultations with staff during the multi-year Region of Waterloo ROP exercise, many meetings with Mr. Regier and planning team, many technical meetings with our experts and the water resources staff. And despite what it might appear, there's been many subjects we've talked about, many details, many facts regarding groundwater and recharge and which way water is flowing and so on that we have quite frankly agreed upon. I think the work that we have done, a very extensive drilling and work on the property, has expanded the base of knowledge for the ultimate enhancement of Waterloo Region's groundwater supply moving forward. So I'm getting probably off track from the question. I might ask, that GHD, when they speak, might get into a little bit more detail on recharge, but we appreciate the importance of recharge. We've been working, we developed a 90-acre subdivision immediately adjacent to the Mannheim recharge area, immediately adjacent to the Mannheim treatment facility in 2006, 2007. We were one of the first developments, I would say, to implement infiltration in every backyard of every home. We installed a monitoring well near our stormwater management pond and as part of a regional draft approval condition. And I believe we tracked the results of that monitoring well for 13 plus years to monitor and assess chloride impacts, immediately adjacent to where the region is pumping water from the Grand River down into the aquifer and then later on extracting it back out, the recharge wells. And so, we understand the concerns, the importance of this, but I think the good news is that these lands are not unique and that infiltration targets pre and post development can be met. We laid it out in our materials. We've laid it out in exhaustive materials we've been inputting into this process for the last number of years. In fact, we can exceed existing infiltration targets, and we can manage chlorides. We can pump or allow winter bypass water to move off site when it's more particularly laden with chlorides. But we're also, water is diluted as it is infiltrated into the ground, and we are moving the needle very little on the reasonable use criteria for chlorides, which is a provincial benchmark, a provincial measurement. It's not our own, and I think the standard is in the province is 145 milligrams per liter. The background concentrations are 40 milligrams per liter already existing on these farmlands, and post-development our calculations are that it would be at 48 milligrams per liter. So still far less than the 145, which is the provincial standard. So, we live and work in this community. We have businesses here, and we too, want to see our regional supply, there for the long term and there to support, our employees, our businesses, our families, and so on moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. That was my question as well.
Thank you very much. The next delegation. Councillor Harris, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I can't get my hand up on my e-scribe, but thanks, Vaughn, for coming in. I noticed you mentioned these lands are not protected countryside. Perhaps you want to elaborate on that, because I know, we get questions on the countryside line.
Yeah, and I want to be respectful of everyone's time, and I know you've probably seen me at this podium talking about this before, but we were here, Schlegel was here in 2009, supporting the strong countryside protections, I'll say, back when those policies were being developed in 2009. It was around that time that the regional recharge policy was in development as well. We suggested that this area be considered as an urban reserve rather than as a permanent, non-developable area. But we very much supported, intensification efforts, encouraging, good built form, and all of those things. We feel we have a responsibility to be a part of using, scarce land resources very wisely. Fast forward, the 2011, I believe it was, when the last regional official plan was perhaps passed, and then, of course, appealed by a number of parties. We were not among them. Settlements, negotiations were taking place, a settlement hearing. We eventually, were consulted and brought into the final discussions. And long story short, the lands that we have in this area, and as well as a small portion of Mattamy lands, which Brad Trussler will probably speak to this evening, were specifically identified as non-protected countryside. And at that time of the settlement, June of 2015, the two tests that were put in front of us, which was determined that we couldn't answer those questions yet, was did we have an aquitard to prevent water from surface water from getting down into the deeper aquifers or directly, and which way was our water flowing. There was a concern that our water beneath our site would go straight to the Mannheim wellfield recharge area and so on. And over the course of the years and the many drilling efforts that we undertook and all of the work of GHD, we determined unequivocally that the water is going south and to the east. It is not going north to Mannheim. I mean, we've studied the area from the Mannheim wells all the way down and beyond the Skippa lands, and we determined as well that we have a thick and contiguous aquitard. So, and notwithstanding that, it's important to keep in mind residential development is not a threat to groundwater. Agricultural use ranks third on the province's list of threats to groundwater. First is industrial and manufacturing and those types of things. Agriculture rates third, and residential is not there on the list. So, sorry, the lands are not designated protected countryside, which is unique to all of the rest of the lands in Southwest Kitchener.
Councillor Harris, do you have a follow-up question? Okay, thank you. Councillor Deutschmann.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify, I don't have a question for the delegation, but I would like to hear from Commissioner Rose to respond to these questions and comments that we've heard at some point, either now or when we're discussing this matter later in the agenda.
So I believe we have some representatives from GHD that are coming up next. So with your indulgence, I'm going to ask the questions of staff maybe be held to after the next delegation because it's on the same topic. Does that work? Okay. Councillor McCabe, a question of the delegation.
Yes, question of the thank you, through you, Chair. I'm just curious if you know off the top of your head how many housing units are already approved to be built in either Kitchener or across the region which have not yet actually started. I mean, I realize we're in a housing crisis, but there's an awful lot of housing developments that have no shovels in the ground. So just wondering if you don't know that, then I would look to staff to see if they could provide some information around how many housing units are already approved to be built.
So Councillor McCabe, I think that's somewhat unfair to ask Vaughn if he knows how many houses. So if, with your indulgence, we will keep that in abeyance and staff can answer that after the next delegation, or would you like them to respond now? Okay, thank you. Thanks. Next delegation, you have 3 minutes and there's 3 speakers, so you guys have got to talk really fast. Richard Murphy, Steve Harris, and Andrew Betts on the same issue, and you're from GHD, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Honorable Chair and Councillors. My name is Richard Murphy, and I'll speak initially here on behalf of GHD in our allotted 3 minutes and try and speak as quickly as some of the prior speakers. Thank you for the opportunity to share some comments regarding this matter around what we refer to as the BSF2 lands in Kitchener. The regional recharge area designation is outside of and not part of any provincial source water protection program under the Clean Water Act. Furthermore, the regional recharge area is not consistent with the approach, science, or regulation of the provincially legislated and required source water protection program. And it's important to remember that distinction. Vaughn has already talked about what some of the top threats are under the Clean Water Act source water protection program. And notably, residential development is not one of the prescribed threats identified by the province. The regional municipality of Waterloo has determined not to apply the RRA, or Regional Recharge Area designation, to approximately 203 hectares of lands in what is commonly referred to as the Southwest Kitchener Policy Area, or SKIPA. This decision was made by the region in 2019 using two scientific criteria. One, whether a continuous aquitard separating the shallow and deep aquifers is present within the lands, resulting in no direct connection between aquifers within the lands. And secondly, whether pre-development rates and distribution of infiltration to the shallow aquifer can be adequately maintained. Both these criteria are also met at the BSF2 lands. So if the BSF2 lands were to be analyzed using the region of Waterloo's same 2019 scientific criteria as used in SKIPA, it is clear that the BSF2 lands would be excluded from the regional recharge area. As mentioned, residential development is not a prescribed drinking water threat under the Clean Water Act, and development of the BSF2 lands does not threaten regional water quality or quantity from the perspective of either public use or ecological dependency. Furthermore, the BSF2 lands are fully outside what's known as the issue contributing area for the region of Waterloo, and that is defined in the GRCA Source Protection Plan. The issue contributing area identifies the areas that have contributed to the deterioration of drinking water quality, including chloride impacts associated with road salting. So the subject lands are proposed to be developed would include creation of an actual increase in groundwater recharge with no reduction in municipal water supply. And furthermore, they can be developed without an impact to municipal water from road salts. And indeed, the region of Waterloo hydrogeology staff have agreed with our technical conclusion that with appropriate mitigation measures, residential development can occur in the BSF2 lands in a manner that is protective of water resources, including water supply.
Sorry, I let the minute slip by. If you want to sum up, that's great, but you're out of time.
Thank you. I think provided some facts there, and we're happy to answer questions that councillors may have.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor Verbanovich, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Just as a follow-up to my question that I guess I asked Mr. Bender, I'm wondering if not that Mr. Bender's not a professional, but I actually asked the folks who deal with this stuff if you can comment on the question that I'd asked Mr. Bender earlier.
Certainly, and
specifically around infiltration rates and so on.
Yes, I recall the question, and happy to answer and then turn it over to Mr. Betts, who is an expert on what we term as integrated water management, surface water engineer, and did the actual analysis and design considerations on that matter. So one of the things we were concerned about with a residential development is that we don't do what's characterized as paving over the ground, and which would tend to prevent recharge from infiltrating to the ground. So we look at the soils that are at a site and the topography. We've done extensive investigations, drilling investigations, infiltration tests that have fed into the design for that property to look for ways to collect water, and particularly the clean water coming off lawns, rooftops, that's desirable to infiltrate, and then design facilities to capture that water and enhance the infiltration of that water into the ground. And maybe I'll ask Andrew to just elaborate a little bit more on that analysis.
Thanks, Richard. So just to provide some additional discussion topics for this is part of the background studies that we had completed for the lands was what's called as a water balance analysis, which looks at the existing conditions of the site and characterizes how much water infiltrates and where. And through that process, we did a number of test pits and infiltration tests across the property and found the areas with the highest infiltration and used that information as part of the development design to ensure that those areas remained for infiltration. So that included the woodlot, and that included some of these higher infiltration rates where we install or propose the design of infiltration measures like rear yard infiltration galleries, through some of the local roads, exfiltration units under the road, or as we collect the stormwater runoff for the entire development into dry infiltration basins that could further promote infiltration. And through some of these methods, we were able to meet the water balance from proposed condition to existing condition, and there are additional measures, as Vaughn was saying, to help exceed the existing condition infiltration. So I hope that
Councillor
answers your
Vrbanovich,
question.
do you have another question?
Yeah, just one other follow-up, because I know, one of the things that's raised in the report is this notion of chlorides, and I know Mr. Bender talked about that somewhat in his comments, but just wondering if you can talk about, obviously that's an important issue, how the work that you've done and how technology or other mechanisms would actually protect about that going forward.
For sure. So road salts are applied to roads and parking lots, not all of a residential subdivision. So the areas where they're not applied, that's clean runoff that can be infiltrated through these measures I was referring to. Road salts are also only applied during portions of the year. So during those portions of the year when road salts are applied to the roads and the parking lots, and then that runoff is collected in the stormwater collection system and conveyed to the end of pipe stormwater measures, which include the stormwater pond, prior to getting to the infiltration basin, which during non-salting times of the year, that water would go there. There is actually a winter bypass, which that pipe has actually already been constructed and is ready for these lands to allow the higher chloride runoff during winter conditions on those portions of the property that do, or the development that do receive road salt application, to be bypassed from that infiltration system and not go into our aquifers.
So that was part of the infrastructure that I presume Mr. Bender talked about earlier.
Yeah, it's rather unique infrastructure in this portion or this area of the city of Kitchener that's available to us. And yeah, it's been extended into the property. And also just mention that our conceptual community design, which we're about to meet with City of Kitchener planning and engineering staff regarding that, we've located and identified our missing middle stacked townhouse housing and so on, the type of housing that also has some impermeable parking lots associated with it on the side of the development that is connected to the winter bypass pipe in order to achieve the very best we can in reducing and almost minimizing to having no effect additional chlorides from the site. Chlorides is a fact of life that this council is aware of, that it's a challenge that exists throughout the region of Waterloo. So, but we are not contributing to exacerbating the challenge, I'll say, in that front.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple questions. The delegation made some comment about this report going above and beyond the protections offered by the Clean Water Act. But it clearly states in the report that that's exactly what we're doing. So I just want to clarify, is the suggestion that we are trying to do something that we didn't say we were doing? I'm not quite sure what your comment was with respect to this report going above and beyond the Clean Water Act, as if that was something we didn't know we were doing. That's my first question.
Yeah, maybe I'll chime in because I've had the longest history on this file. You know, I don't think we very much acknowledge, and I think in our many discussions with source water protection staff here at the region of Waterloo, they have acknowledged going above and beyond, you know, provincial requirements and so on. So, you know, that's part of what we have referenced in that, you know, there has been an acknowledgement by source water protection staff at the region of Waterloo that residential development can very safely occur on these lands. We don't have a disagreement regarding that. You know, it came down to water resources staff saying that there's a policy reason that the development can't move ahead. What I would pose as, I guess, a respectful question is if we should have different standards for water, for species at risk, for soil contaminations and so on in the region of Waterloo than exist elsewhere in the province of Ontario. I think that's our challenge is, you know, are the goalposts, you know, which need to be met in some opinions in order for this land to safely move forward, should those be different measurements that are used elsewhere in the province of Ontario? And I will say, and again, GHD is more expert on this than I am, you know, the region of Waterloo, as it is many times, I think was at the forefront in source water protection because it relies so heavily on groundwater. But with the development of the Clean Water Act and then the subsequent regulations, which didn't come out for many years later, you know, there now are those provincial standards in place which were not in place. Wellhead protection standards, I'm looking around here for support, you know, at the time that the regional recharge policies were developed. So great that they were developed as leading edge, but, you know, should there be consideration today as to how they are in alignment with, I suspect, perhaps there might be agreement that, you know, the provincial standards and regulations are perhaps well-founded as well. So that may answer the question somewhat.
Councillor Deutschman, you have another question?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. Thank you. So, Mr. Bennett, you sort of answered that question by your answer with respect to different standards. I think every area is unique with respect to its water supply. So in this situation, this aquifer is crucial to the region of Waterloo with respect to protection of our supply. Your fellow designates their delegates, I think we're suggesting that you were looking at some modeling or computer modeling to try to determine what might happen in the future. And yet we as councillors are responsible for this, for ensuring the safety of our water supply. So tell me this, if your modeling is incorrect and there is an issue, what is the cost to run a pipeline to a lake for the region of Waterloo? Is that factored into your modeling?
So again, maybe I'll try and field a bit of the question, and GHD can jump in. I would say that the region of Waterloo is very complex and long-developed groundwater model has been, in many cases, based on interpolations and extrapolations, you know, from disparate wells that the region of Waterloo does have, but then, of course, using, you know, good predictions and so on to model, I'm looking for another word, but to model what is existing between those data points. So what we have done, and I suggested we maybe have contributed to the body of knowledge, you know, we drilled a certain kind of well. I know they call it a golden spike. What kind of well is that? It's got a name, but you know, a very deep and very costly well, similar to the types of wells that the region of Waterloo would install when trying to collect important data for a big initiative. We drilled one of those wells on the property as well as many other wells. We also collected the data of all the surrounding wells from the region of Waterloo's own monitoring wells at the Mannheim recharge area to wells on the west side of Tressler Road, you know, sharing information with all of the development engineers that have worked on lands in southwest Kitchener, all the way down to the Cedar Creek area. And so I would say that our predictions and findings as relate to infiltration, as relate to chlorides, are not based really on models anymore. They are based on real-world data that we have ascertained by putting, wells in the ground, analyzing the soils and so on. As for the cost of the pipeline to Lake Erie, again, probably out over my skis on this, but I know that it was something that was talked about 20 plus years ago when I got involved in this type of work. And, it was put off, and I looked at a report, kind of anticipated maybe a question like this the other night, a Stantec report that in 2015 talked about the need for a pipeline connection being pushed off to beyond 2051. Now, there's different mandates for housing that perhaps happen in the interim. But another piece of, I think, the equation is, what has been happening with water consumption in the region of Waterloo. And I think you may have had some of those reports delivered in your package tonight. But I think what we've been hearing over the last decade or two is that despite fairly significant population growth in the region of Waterloo, water consumption is more or less flatlined, if you will. And that is, a testament to the region of Waterloo's initiatives to encourage conservation, to encourage best practices, to, the realities of changes in shower heads and toilet fixtures and all of those things, changes to the building code. So I'm not here to suggest that, we can predict out to 2100, what will be needed for Waterloo region. But I think we're not understanding, where things have accelerated from really no discussion about a Lake Erie pipeline in recent memory that I could reference to it being, triggered by these 64 hectares of land being developed. The aquifer you reference is not an aquifer underneath the Schlegel and Mattamy lands at the termination of Gale Place Road. The aquifer, transcends, a great deal of the region of Waterloo, the many different aquifers. So, each and every activity, I guess has an impact, not just these lands.
Councillor Deutschman, I have another councillor. Do you want to go back on the list, or are you okay?
No, I had two questions, and you allowed me the two questions, so thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. And to Mr. Schlegel again and the group. I've listened, well, I'm not sure I've got everything correct, but I have listened. I have read the report. It sounds like to me, and I'm sure council will correct me if I'm incorrect later on, but that your group has gone above and beyond. That your group has been very concerned about the protection and are doing everything within their powers to protect. And if I've got that correct, then we have to build the homes we have to build. Should you not be the model we are following? Now, I'm sure my council colleagues will correct me if I'm incorrect, but we have to build the homes. We have to do it right. And if the system that these groups have done assists in protecting the water and preventing the pipeline further down the road, is this not something we should really support? Thank you.
So thank you very much, and thank you. I'm going to allow all the delegations to sit down now. I didn't hear a real question. I think that was a bit more rhetorical, Councillor Foxton, than anything. So thank you, gentlemen. We have another delegation on the same topic. Brad Trussler, welcome. You have the floor, and you have 3 minutes. And you don't have to share it with anyone.
Thank you, and good evening, Chair Redmond, members of council. My name is Brad Trussler. I'm here as Vice President and Managing Partner of Mattamy Homes. Mattamy Homes is North America's largest privately owned home building company with deep roots in the region, including myself personally. Mattamy has a proud history of building communities in the region for over 30 years. I'm here today regarding the staff report in response to the Provincial Bill 162, Get It Done Act, and our lands in Southwest Kitchener and Gale Place, outlined in red on Figure 2 in the report. I will be brief, because Mr. Bender and his team of experts, I believe, have answered a lot of the questions on my points here, but I do want to say a few words here. These lands are identified in Bill 162 as being designated urban area. This is also supported by the City of Kitchener's Council and City's request to the province in November to keep these lands in the urban boundary in accordance with the April provincial decision on ROPA number 6. I'll give you an example of what our firm is doing on lands that are already approved for development along Bleams Road. These lands are immediately south of the region's supply wells. To give it context, on these lands, we're completing a multi-year site remediation program. The remediation has required us to move and test over 4 million tons of soil to ensure it meets the ministry's highest standards for parks, schools, and residential uses. The environmental cleanup is the largest in our firm's history. It may be the largest this region will ever see. Along with the site remediation, we're using modern engineering that utilizes innovative development techniques, allowing us to infiltrate more clean water back into the ground after the development is completed than that is infiltrating today. I bring this example up to highlight what we're doing to clean up sensitive lands close to water supply wells. It also highlights how we're using modern engineering techniques to responsibly develop and ensure long-term clean water recharge. The lands on Gale Place that is subject to today's discussion will be developed in the same manner and will provide the enhanced clean water infiltration solution that puts more clean water back in the ground.
You have 40 seconds left, sorry.
Than it is today. These lands also represent a unique opportunity that we don't often see. These lands are adjacent to approved developments. They're within walking distance to 5 built or planned schools, the city's South Community Park Complex, the Rosenberg Community Center, Rosenberg Library, and many planned and built community parks. These lands utilize the city and regional infrastructure that has already been constructed and paid for, including sewers, water mains, and roads to the property. No additional expansion of city or regional infrastructure is required to develop these lands. With development of these lands, we can enhance the volume of clean water being infiltrated. They will not degrade groundwater quality. They will not impact shallow or deep aquifers. They will not impact the region's ability to maintain and enhance water supply capacity. These lands do require additional these lands do not require additional infrastructure, and these lands are within walking distance of schools, parks, and libraries. These lands can add to the much-needed housing supply in the near term. Our request is that the region submit to the province the same support the City of Kitchener has to include the Gale Place lands in the urban boundary as proposed in Bill 162. Thank you, and I'll take any questions if there is any.
Thank you. I don't see any questions, so thank you very much. That must be the beauty of being the last speaker through a long list. So colleagues, it's item 13 on our agenda. There were 2 specific questions asked of staff at this juncture. I'm in your hands. We can wait and have staff speak to the report when it comes up, or I know Councillor McCabe, you specifically were asking how many homes could be facilitated to be built right now. Do you want to have that answer now, or do you want to wait till the report comes up?
I can wait till the report comes up.
Okay. So colleagues, that is all our delegations. The next agenda item are the minutes of the previous meetings. I now need a motion for items 9.1 through 9.6. If I could have moved by Councillor Vrbanovich, seconded by Councillor James. Councillor Vrbanovich?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Redmond. I spoke to the clerk about this, and he indicated this was the appropriate place to ask for a correction. The council minutes for February 21, 2024 reflect that on the motion to put a reporting mechanism in place for Better Tent City, that I voted in the negative. I was alerted to this by Councillor Harris after the meeting when I voted, because I was in a Zoom meeting that day. I could not see what the votes were, and it was once I heard from him and then checked the minutes, it reflected that. I think you all know that that would not have been the way I would have voted. In fact, I voted in favor of everything on the agenda that day, so I would ask that those minutes be amended to correct that.
Thank you. I distinctly remember that vote myself and being somewhat curious. So with that correction on how Councillor Bravanovich cast his ballot on at Council on February 21st, 2024, it's been moved and seconded. Please cast your ballots on eScribe, yes or no.
Not popping up. I'm a yes, obviously.
I'm a yes as well. That is carried, colleagues. The next agenda item is council information package. This has been distributed electronically and is being received for information. Unless there are any questions, I don't see any. The next agenda item is a motion to go into committee of the whole to consider reports. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Shantz. Please use your e-scribe buttons that we go into council. That is carried, colleagues. Committee reports, planning works, committee summary of March 5th. I need a mover and a seconder. This is items 1 and 2, I guess. If I could have a mover, moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor James. Please use eScribe. Did I see?
My vote did not pop up. Has it been sent yet?
It should appear
there it
right
is. Thank
now,
you.
Councillor Foxton. Councillor Foxton, are you in favor of this? That is carried. The next agenda item is 12.2.2, Community and Health Services Committee Summary, March 5th, 2024. It's items 1 through 5. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Erb, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Please use eScribe to cast your ballot.
Not empty.
Councillor Erb.
Madam Chair, I just want to ask a question. I had understood from Councillor Hunak that she was going to raise something under 10.2. Perhaps she's talked to staff, and that's not. I just want to make sure she didn't miss it when we went over the correspondence.
Thank you, Councillor Erb. I would have missed it if it wasn't for your tune in there. Yes, I would like to table a motion to defer this item. When I voted for it at the Taxi Licensing and Hearing Committee, I was under the impression that all of the taxi companies were in agreement, and the correspondence from city cabs would suggest not. So I would like to allow more time for the Taxi Licensing Review Board to confer with staff and taxi brokers to make sure that this is in the best interest.
So I would suggest you hold those thoughts. What we have dealt with is just receiving for information. So when we get to the bylaws, we will circle back to this issue.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor. And thank you, Chair. I'm so confused.
So we're now at 12.3.1, which is Board of Health update. And I would ask Dr. Wong, Commissioner of Public Health and Paramedic Services, to provide a verbal update. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Redmond, and good evening, Chair and Council. Tonight, I would like to provide updates on the spread of the measles virus and our enforcement of the Immunization of School Pupils Act. Measles. At this time, there have been no locally reported cases of measles. However, I expect that will change in the coming weeks. There have been several cases now reported in other regions in Ontario, with the majority being associated with international travel. With increased travel during March break, we are expecting more cases to be identified. We are preparing as a local public health agency for our first case, and we are also working with local healthcare partners to ensure that we can quickly identify and respond to local cases. The measles vaccine is highly protective. Routine boosters are not required. Children are eligible for 2 doses and routinely get these at 1 and 4 years of age. Adults born before 1970 are generally considered immune, but are recommended to get a single dose if they are high risk. Adults born after 1970 should have at least 1 dose and are recommended to get a second dose if they are high risk. Those who are considered high risk include post-secondary students, healthcare workers, and those who are traveling. Clients looking for an additional dose should consult their family physician. Measles begins with cold-like symptoms such as a runny nose, cough, sore throat, fever, and red, watery eyes that are sensitive to light. Small white spots sometimes appear in the mouth and back of the throat. 3 to 7 days later, a red, blotchy rash appears on the face and spreads to the rest of the body. The rash lasts 4 to 7 days. Serious complications can occur, such as 1 in 10 children will develop an ear infection or bronchopneumonia. 1 in 1,000 children will develop an infection of the brain. 1 or 2 out of 1,000 children will die. Regarding the Immunization of School Pupils Act, with 1 week remaining before suspension of elementary students on March the 27th, 6,202 students are outstanding still with their records. To date, Public Health has resolved over 20,000 student records since November. We are reminding parents that there is still time for parents to act and ensure their children are not suspended. Recognizing that appointments may be limited both with public health and primary care providers before March 27th, Public Health is offering temporary exemptions to any student who provides the date of an appointment that is booked for after suspension day with the assurance they are planning to update their records. If parents are unable to get an appointment before March 27th, we encourage them to book with their primary care provider as soon as possible and report their appointment date to Public Health on our website to receive a temporary exemption. Parents can find all the information they need to book an appointment, submit their records, or submit their appointment date for an exemption at www.regionofwaterloo.ca/vaccines. If parents do not take any of the actions before March the 27th, due to the high volume of records to resolve, Public Health will be moving to receiving records in person to ensure immediate resolution. Online and telephone submissions will be limited for a period after suspension. Once a student is suspended starting Wednesday, March 27th, parents must book an in-person appointment at regionofwaterloo.ca/vaccines. These appointments will be available after 4:30 p.m. on March 26. Clinics will be held at 99 Regina Street South, Waterloo, and 30 Christopher Drive, Cambridge. If they have any questions, they may call 519-575-4400, which is the general line for the region, to help them book an appointment or explain their options. Call volume is expected to be high, and their call may be handled by an automated response service. Record submission and responses to questions will be handled in person. When capacity permits, we will look to reopen our online submissions for vaccination records. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wong. Councillor Leggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Shirley, with this strep that's been killing kids across the country just minorly, I'm not saying that's an epidemic, but also I think scarlet fever, is that the same? Like that's also on the rise in our region. I know there have been diagnoses of that. Is that the same bacteria? Is that different? And what's the difference between the symptoms so that parents can tell? And what should they do?
Yeah, so there have been a number of viruses that have reappeared and started to circulate at levels that we had seen before the pandemic. So, viruses that can cause other infections, such as scarlet fever. And, we also recently mentioned the invasive group A strep as another organism that has reappeared. So what we saw following the end of the acute phase of the pandemic and life returning to what it was before, an increase in circulation of these viruses which had been suppressed during the pandemic. So it's more a return to levels that we had seen pre-pandemic, I would say. But measles is different in that before the pandemic, we had very few cases of measles in Canada. Largely cases that were a result of international travel. And we also had very high rates of immunization in school-age children, such as 95%. And, because of the pandemic and the, difficulty in or the shift to virtual care, for example, that happened for an extended period of time, many children did not have the opportunity to get their routine vaccines. And so the rates of immunization dropped significantly. And so that is why, we have so many children, many more children now that didn't have their updated vaccines or haven't updated their records than we did pre-pandemic. So measles has also it's had a resurgence as a result of decreased immunization rates around the world. There are many, many more cases now around the world. Europe, for example, has had a 30-fold increase, and now we're seeing cases increase across Canada, including Ontario, and in surrounding health units. So it's a bit of a different situation with measles due to the lowered vaccination rates and the reemergence in other countries that are being imported here.
Thank you, Sue. But my question is more, so are we seeing a rise? Like we've heard of young children recently dying across the country of strep. I'm not sure. Scarlet fever is a strep A, which is
Yes.
not as deadly as the one that I think is it a different strep, that bacteria that these children are dying from across the country?
Oh,
We
yes.
just had one on the East Coast. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I think you're speaking about the group A strep. That's increased. Yes. So yes, there are periods of time that bacteria like strep A, like group A strep, can increase, and we recently went through a period of time where there was a lot more cases in North America and in Ontario, including here. So we were similar to the rest of Ontario. So that's not a vaccine preventable disease. And most of the time the illness is mild, but in some cases it can be very severe, and the progression of the illness can be very quick. And so really in cases where you see an increase of group A strep, what we do is we alert the medical community, which we did, about this increase, because if parents are seeing that their children are not recovering, as expected, then, we advise them really to follow their gut and consult a medical practitioner quickly. So, in those cases, it's not possible to distinguish necessarily one infectious disease from another when they have similar symptoms. But for group A strep, if a child is really not recovering as expected and starting to get really severe symptoms or symptoms that are worrying the parents, then the parents should consult as soon as possible.
Thank you. I think also the one on the East Coast that just happened, I think it was yesterday or the day before, they didn't want to go to the hospital and go through the long wait lines. So that's a sad, very sad situation. It's tragic for that family, but so imagine you would recommend if people go to the hospital for their children, stuff like that.
Yeah, trust their gut.
Yep. Thank you.
Councillor Furmanovich.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the update, Dr. Wong. As many people are certainly talking about the concern around measles. I initially heard about this a little bit ago, and so it may have been remedied, but I thought I should ask the question anyway. I was speaking with someone who had gone to their primary care physician, and in the course of it was advised to go to the Region of Waterloo Travel Clinic to get the measles vaccine. And then when they contacted our travel clinic, they were told we don't do it anymore, and they should reach out to a privately run travel clinic, I believe up on the boardwalk. And so they were going to try there. I'm wondering if you can clarify what the appropriate process is for people to go, and can we somehow make sure that that's communicated to primary care physicians? And secondly, I guess, depending on what the answer to that is, if we're not doing those shots, because I do believe we haven't been running a travel clinic for a while, in light of the measles situation, should we be looking at reintroducing, providing those vaccines to the public who wants to get them?
You're correct, Councillor Urbanovic. It's been many years that we no longer offer travel clinic services. These are specialized services, for and there are other services in the community for those. So right now we are very, very focused. I would say entirely dedicated to bringing children up to date with their records for the impending suspensions. Well, we are very focused on bringing them up to date, period. But also right now, especially for the upcoming suspensions. And so, we don't have the capacity to immunize other people, say adults who may be looking to travel and want to have an extra dose. So that's why we do refer to the other travel clinics that exist in the region.
So I guess going back though to the question, can we make sure that something gets communicated to primary care physicians to ensure they're not directing people to the region and directing them to the proper place? And
yes, we can.
Okay, and then I guess the second part of my concern is, I get that the primary focus is obviously on school-age children and getting them caught up right now. But if we start having or seeing a case of measles here and there are adults in the community who need to get vaccinated because they either never did or feel they need a booster shot, is that something that we may be revisiting or looking at?
Yes, for sure. We'll continue to monitor that. Yes, right now the I should have mentioned the focus is on those children because it is those younger children that do not have, for example, even one dose. We're focusing on those that are most at risk, right? Because usually the adults they've had a dose or they've been immunized as children. But you're right, like for sure, we'll continue to keep an eye on that, and if needed, if we have to pivot what we're doing, redirect our resources to address a significant risk, we will do that. And yes, we will look into the communication to physicians. Thank you for that feedback.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dr. Wong, for the report, and to Mr. Yoke and his team for what he's trying to do with these numbers. So when we started, we were 25,000 or something like that. Now
27 and a half.
Okay. Now we're down to 6,800. I'm wondering where that would be in comparison to, like, I know we weren't doing it previously a couple of years because of COVID, but sort of in the home stretch the last week when we were doing this actively, how do those numbers compare?
We were a little over 1,000 when we last suspended pre-pandemic in 2019. So it is a significant increase in the number of children. But we started off with multiple times more children whose records were out of date. But we were a little bit over 1,000 when we last suspended.
One more, if I may, then.
Councillor Erb, go ahead.
So would you attribute that to sort of the post-COVID kind of a response to the vaccinations?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand.
The number being higher,
yes.
Would you contribute that to sort of a post-COVID?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it's because of the significant drop in immunizations of school-aged children during the pandemic, with the shift to virtual care and things like that. And so, this is really entirely due to the drop that we've seen, across the country, across the world during the pandemic. So yes, it's likely going to be the most challenging year because of the number of children we have to catch up. But we have to do it sooner or later, and we don't want to wait too long to catch them up. So that's why there is a big push on to try to get all those records as up to date as possible.
Thanks for the persistence from your colleagues in trying to solve these numbers. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor James.
She kindly put her name in the queue so I could speak just without my eScribe access. So if I may ask my question, it's just to kind of follow off of Councillor Verbanovic's question. So I know that you said people who were born after the 70s aren't necessarily immune. I know a lot of us did have our vaccines as youth, but for those who don't have family physicians, as you know, are many, and so they don't have someone to ask, would you recommend if they're traveling that they consider going to a private place to get a measles vaccine? Or just curious, on your thoughts on that.
Yeah, for those that are traveling, we do recommend that they visit a travel clinic because there are often, there's a number of pieces of advice that can be provided to travelers, and different vaccines that may be required depending on where they're going. So if people are traveling, many kids did actually have two doses, because that's been in place in Canada for quite a long time. But if people are not sure, yes, they can get an additional dose. There's no harm in getting additional doses of the measles vaccine.
Thank you.
So colleagues, we already dealt with 12.1 under finance, but I believe Councillor McCabe had a question, so I'm going to go back and say it was a finance report that we're receiving for information, but if you had a question, please feel free.
Thank you. Yeah, you run a far too efficient meeting, Chair Redmond, and I missed it. Just a couple of quick questions. I was curious about on the remuneration report for WRPS, the police board, what the difference, why there's a difference between the different rates of pay for, I don't remember her first name. It's Schnarr versus like Ian McLean and Tony Giovinazzo. I was just curious why her rate is different than the other two, the other committee members.
So Karen Schnarr, who was on the police board, was the vice chair while she was on, so I don't know if that's the difference.
Well, hers is less.
Sorry?
Hers is less.
Oh, she resigned due to a conflict and a change of employment of hers. So she resigned.
Okay, thanks. And then the other, I don't know if this is, if we could just keep this in mind for when we review. I think there's a review of like council remuneration coming up at some point, but I hadn't looked into it before until this report came out for the amount that our committee chairs receive, and I was surprised that it's really not, it's like $6,000 for the amount of work that our committee chairs do, which I know they do a tremendous amount of work on behalf of council. I just was a little surprised by that and would like to consider when we do take a look at remuneration, when that report comes back, that we look at maybe increasing that, because I think the workload that they take on is quite significant.
So first of all, Councillor McCabe, I would go, shh, don't tell them they're doing all that hard work for such little money. And then I would go on to say that we are, through our policy, will review the remuneration of council members as well as our structure within council for positions of added responsibility. And I would really support, and I think we're actually on the record as saying that we would have a third party come in and review that, so that we will look at what is best practice, what is the gold standard, not necessarily the highest remuneration, but what is fair compensation. And that will happen in the third year of this mandate.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And thank you to the committee chairs for all that additional work you take on.
So colleagues, we have heard our health update. Item 13 is other members under consideration of the committee of the whole, and 13.1 is proposed Bill 162, get it done, and drinking water supply implications in Waterloo region. And Commissioner Rose is not here, but, oh, she's online? Oh, sorry. So Commissioner Rose, over to you. Would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Chair. So today I bring before you a for information report outlining staff's comments in response to the ERO for the proposed Bill 162, the Get It Done Act, and the implications this act has on future growth and the building of homes throughout the region. As you all know, water supply is critical to support growth in the building of homes. This is the reason the region completes periodic reviews of our water supply in the form of the current water supply strategy. We use population projections provided by the province. The water the region draws its supply from is groundwater. 75% of our water comes from aquifers deep in the ground, which we access through wells placed in strategic locations throughout the region, and 45% of this water comes from the Waterloo moraine. In Figure 1 of the report, you can see the extent of the Waterloo moraine. The moraine collects rainwater and snowmelt and drains it into the aquifers. If you review Figure 3, you can see how the water enters the moraine through sandy soil and moves through the ground to different aquifers where the region has placed its wells. The moraine also has natural topographical features such as hillocks, which optimize the amount of rain which can be absorbed by the moraine. The protection of this moraine is critical to the region's growth, which is why in 2009, the regional official plan included the regional recharge area to protect the moraine by prohibiting growth on it. Development creates two risks to the groundwater: water supply and water quality. With the creation of hard surfaces like streets, parking lots, sidewalks, and roofs, not only does the amount of rain become restricted after development, the streets, parking lots, and sidewalks collect contaminants, most notably salt from a water quality perspective from winter maintenance. This salt mixes with rain and snowmelt, which actually makes it into the ground. We have seen this happen in Kitchener, where the Parkway well field on Manitou Drive, the Greenbrook well field at Homer Watson and Sterling, the Strange Street well field at Gage and Westmount, and in the city of Waterloo at the William Street well field at William and King, where we have seen increasingly high levels of salt in the groundwater over the last 20 years. The region has been studying the Waterloo moraine since the 1970s, and our staff have estimated that if the province passes this bill as is, it will limit the number of homes built in the region of between 100 and 1,800 homes, which threatens the housing targets for all of the area municipalities. Encroachment onto the moraine through the regional recharge designation has been embedded into Waterloo's regional official plan for 15 years. The regional recharge area is also a proactive approach to protecting the region's drinking water as part of the multi-barrier approach, which also includes treatment and testing. This designation aligns with our strategic plan, Growing with Care, Climate-Aligned Growth, and Homes for All. We will be providing this report to the province for their consideration as our ERO submission, which is due tomorrow, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Jennifer, are there any questions? I don't know, Mr. Regier, can you speak to Councillor McCabe's question as to how many, the capacity of how many homes are sort of in the process of being built within the region? It was a question posed to one of the delegations.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, currently we have 38,000 units in registered, approved, draft approved, or pending plans of subdivision. So we have that many units in greenfield areas that are in the process right now and almost ready to go. Sorry, those are the number of units that are currently in the planning process that are approved, pending approval, or registered already that are unbuilt.
Councillor McCabe, does that answer your question?
Yeah, so you said 38,000 in greenfield areas?
That's correct, yeah.
But does that, and then there's also, so there's thousands more than that are in like
Yeah,
MTSAs and well, uptown, downtowns?
Yeah, we forecast an intensification rate of 60%. So 40% of our development needs to take place in the greenfield areas. So that amount. So in our regional official plan forecasts, we're forecasting 121,000 residential units, of which about 46,000 will be in the greenfield areas. And the remainder will be in intensification.
So I guess the reason I was asking, because I'm curious about the number of, like, yes, we need to build more homes, there's more people coming, but if there's that amount that's already in the pipeline, is that sufficient for the expected growth?
Yes, we have adequate land in the region, in the urban area, to support the housing targets of the communities in this region.
No, I meant the amount of housing units that are already approved and at some point in the pipeline. Like we have, either approved recently or approved, you know, in the past, I mean, there's a number of housing units that were approved 5, 10 more years ago, right, that haven't been started yet. I'm just wondering if we have enough housing units approved in the pipeline to meet the projected population growth. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And I believe that's the case. We have enough in the greenfield area to accommodate the greenfield portion of the housing targets that the area municipalities have in place, and the rest is in development in the urban area through intensification.
So I guess partly what I'm wondering about when we read a report like what Commissioner Rose has provided, and we would like at some point to have, you know, the report that was here was provided by our staff who, you know, are experts in their field, and I think we generally all trust with the information that they provide us, and then the you know, the delegations that were in tonight with their, I guess you could call it a rebuttal of what was in there. So I think, you know, it would be helpful to have a, you know, response to that, which is, I think Councillor Deutschmann had already raised, but part of what I was asking about how many housing units are already approved that have not been started yet is because, yes, we have we need to build more housing and we have a housing crisis, but meeting those targets is not going to be contingent on building in this recharge area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. A few speakers here. Councillor Vrbanovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Redmond, and thanks to staff for the report. Mr. Regier, just in terms of the numbers and your responses to Councillor McCabe, is it true that during the process there were some concerns expressed by a number of delegations around the numbers, how they were calculated, and in fact their accuracy and appropriateness in terms of the ultimate document? Did we hear from a number of delegations on that?
Yes, the regional official plan analysis was thoroughly debated, and there were many points of view on the analysis that we brought forward to council.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. And then I guess my question to Ms. Rose is, when did the opportunity open up to start commenting on the ERO for Bill 162?
Through the chair to Councillor Vrbanovich, I believe it was for February 20th.
So it was February 20th, so it was a month ago.
Oh, 30 days, yes.
Okay, and so this didn't make it into the original agenda. It made it into the last minute agenda that is prepared by staff, and it goes to council. I'm wondering what consultation in that 30-day period happened with area municipalities, and so that people can have an opportunity to comment. And secondly, is there a reason why it wasn't on the original agenda, so that in fact there was additional time for people to be aware, and it wasn't a last minute thing?
So through the chair to the councillor, the area municipalities can provide their own comments through the ERO posting. So we this is the Waterloo Region's ERO posting, so we did not work with them on our own staff's comments through the ERO. Also, the Clean Water Act is a purview of the region of Waterloo and not that of the area municipality. So the region is responsible for source water protection.
But to be clear, Ms. Rose, the implications of what you're saying run contrary to the direction that's come from the province, and run contrary to the input of a number of area councils. And so in the spirit of good collaboration and partnership, would at least something more, and I understand my staff found out about this a day ago, would some dialogue not have been helpful in the spirit of that collaborative relationship around development?
Through the chair to the Councillor Vrbanovich, certainly it is, and when we do have projects and submissions and other items. We collaborate extensively with area municipalities. In this case, this was a regional submission to the ERO, and anyone, any member of the public, any municipality, any person can submit their own comments back to the ERO.
Oh, no,
so we thought this was appropriate in this case.
Thank you, and I am well aware of that process.
So, Councillor Prabanovic, there's other people. If you want to conclude your comment, I'm happy to put you back on the list.
I'll go back on the list, and thank
Great.
you, Chair Redmond.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. To Commissioner Rose, can you comment on the report from GHD, or the verbal report that was given regarding the recharge and the work that they've done? I do know that the Schlegel Group are longtime residents, and I know they have a lot of concern for the land here and for proper development, and they do a good job. So can you comment on those comments, because they seem to be in contradiction to yours?
Yes, certainly through the chair to Councillor Shantz. We have actually worked with those consultants to get the data that they have collected on behalf of Schlegel, and we've incorporated that data into the Tier 3 water model, which looks at the groundwater in the region. So we do use the data that they've given us. We received it back in March of 2022 and incorporated it into our Tier 3 water model. With respect to the infiltration, the engineered infiltration they're speaking about, this is in the form usually of private infrastructure. So these are like rear lot catch basins. These are infiltration pits or soak-away pits. These are not maintained by a municipality. These are maintained by property owners who don't necessarily maintain them once they've bought the house, or if they do and someone else buys the house, they might not know what these things are and fill them in. So these engineered infiltration solutions, which they're speaking about, are actually not recommended by the province to be included in Tier 3 modeling because of the uncertain nature of the maintenance of these infiltration works that they would extend past their lifespan, even if they were properly maintained, because it would be up to the property owner to replace them and fix them just like they would their own roof. Certainly, area municipalities are responsible for the public side infrastructure, stormwater infrastructure, and I know that the area municipalities do look after their stormwater infrastructure through stormwater charges or taxes, and we at the region look after the regional stormwater infrastructure. So we did incorporate their information into our Tier 3 water model, and we used it to make the determination, which formed the comments in the report, which we submitted to the province.
Councillor Shantz, another question?
Thank you. More of a comment, I guess, and it's about how we work together and communicate together. And I've said this before. I think this region's been built on good communication, and we bragged about it all through COVID, and I would hate to see that go by the wayside. And so there have been a couple of things in the last month. The other one was the tax exemption report, where we haven't had enough time to really process what's before us as a council or as area municipalities, and so I hope we can do better.
Thank you, Councillor Shantz. Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, Commissioner Rose, it seems to me that it was a very tight timeline to respond to this Bill 162. So I'm certainly not going to suggest that there was anything untoward by the region in terms of failing to cooperate when we were responding in an area of responsibility that's clearly the region's responsibility. And only 1 month to respond is a very short time period. And I accept your comments about the need for the region to respond to what is a very short period of time. And no doubt area municipalities can provide a response. And some might suggest that the area municipalities' recent additions of land to their areas ran contrary to the regional official plan, the ROP, which was a model of regional cooperation. Well, my first question, Commissioner Rose, is this. Can you tell us about our staff and their background that assisted in putting this report together?
Through the chair to Councillor Deutschmann, certainly. As I had mentioned in my opening remarks, we've been studying the Waterloo Moraine since the 1970s. We have staff currently that have over 20 years experience studying this moraine, looking at all the reports, monitoring all the wells, using the model to make comments back to development. Our last manager, who just retired this year, had 30 years experience working with this moraine. So we have that special technologized local knowledge. We know what the water levels are in our wells. We calibrate our model to those water levels. We're watching all the time. And those are the staff who provide the information that were in this report.
And thank you for that. And my second question is, Commissioner Rose, can you tell us what's the obligation of regional council to ensure that we have a safe and secure water supply in the region of Waterloo?
So there's two acts, the Clean Water Act and the Safe Drinking Water Act. So under the Safe Drinking Water Act, this is really about the treatment and distribution of water and the testing of that water within the act. Under Justice O'Connor, we've got the two acts. The Clean Water Act is for groundwater, source water protection. And that's directly related back to the farms, the runoff from the farms that got into the well is in Walkerton. The Safe Drinking Water Act does have statutory standard of care for councillors. The Clean Water Act does not. It doesn't have the same level of that standard of care for councillors. However, having said that, it's critical in the region of Waterloo to use a multi-barrier approach to safeguard our drinking water, because we are the largest municipality in Ontario that is like 80% dependent on groundwater for our drinking water. So I would say that the statutory standard of care, even though it doesn't apply in the Clean Water Act, is something that we use from the multi-barrier approach. The first barrier is protect our water supply, and our water quality. And the next is the treatment, which we do, and the sampling and testing we do throughout the treatment system. So I think it's critical for like in my experience, I've got over 20 years wastewater experience, and I think it's critical for those municipalities that directly get their water from groundwater that barrier approach is definitely used. Certainly municipalities that get their water from Lake Ontario don't have that same level of thought around protecting their drinking water. I do, because they are part of the Clean Water Act as well, but it's not the same criticality that we have here. The Clean Water Act is also reactionary. The regional recharge area is proactive. It's proactive in protecting our water supply and protecting our water quality.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deutschmann. Councillor Foxton, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think we're in agreement that all of us want to protect the water, and we all the system that means it. And we all love the system that we have using the 80% groundwater. We protect that. A couple of things that were said that may be misconstrued. One was that this was a rushed report. If it was a rushed report and you didn't have adequate time, then maybe we should have taken more time to do it. And another thing is you talked about the top staff retiring, again, losing top staff. So maybe this is not the time to put this forward, maybe asking for a deferral to the province so we can do it more adequately and with consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foxton. Just to be clear that this is a response to the province by the region, and the deadline is tomorrow. Councillor Ravanovich, did you want to go back on the speaker's list?
Just wanted to say, well aware, and we can ask for a deferral. Never.
Councillor Ravanovich?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Redmond. Yeah, I just want to go into the report, because as I read through the report, I mean, obviously there's this component that deals with this one specific section and the concern around the water. And then I read other sections of the report, that reference, for example, the modifications proposed to the ROP through Bill 162 are beyond the boundary expansions to accommodate growth considered by Regional Council in August 22. It then goes on to say some of the new urban and township urban areas identified under Bill 162 may have significant challenges with respect to wastewater servicing, and technical studies will need to be completed. It then goes on to talk about Bill 162 will allow for leapfrogging development, which can negatively impact affordability and so on. Oversizing of infrastructure leads to higher construction costs and so on. So this report clearly goes beyond just dealing with the water issue and touches on a number of other issues. And I just can't help but wonder or ask, is this really an opportunity for the region to try to put forward a position that, the region isn't happy with the province's decision and the requests from the area municipalities around amendments to the official plan, which was something that was clearly outlined in the debate and the discussion back in 2022, when we dealt with this. So I'm just wondering if staff can comment on that.
So, Councillor Ravanovich, I believe Mr. Getke is going to comment on that.
Thank you. Through the chair. So, again, going back to the nature of the report, this is a report for information, so that we're not formulating any recommendations or putting forward any recommendations to council with respect to the province's proposed Bill 162. This has really been just an attempt by staff to share with the province in a transparent way our best assessment of the implications of that bill with to the best of our knowledge today. So we're not actively making any recommendations on Bill 162. This is just a kind of a factual piece of information for the province to take into consideration as it finalizes Bill 162.
But to be clear, Mr. Getke, this will become the region's official position on this issue, and so to assume that that this council shouldn't have some input into that, I think, respectfully, I would suggest is not something that I'm comfortable with. And so, Madam Chair, I would actually like to see this issue deferred for additional dialogue with area municipalities, and that our communication be to the province simply that this is an issue that regional staff will be consulting with area municipalities on, and we may provide input at a future process. My understanding is that deferral really is either that or simply directing staff not to submit the ERO are really the only options that are available to us as a council today in light of this being here as an information report. And so I would like to move it, and I'd like to speak to it, please.
So I would suggest that deferring it is disingenuous on the part of Councillor Ravanovich, just because it is due tomorrow. So, I would suggest that putting a motion forward that it not go forward to the province would be a cleaner way to deal with something that we know is right on the deadline.
Okay, well, with your advice then, Madam Chair, I will move that we don't submit this as our position to the ERO, and if there's a seconder, if I can speak to it.
Councillor Foxton, I think, seconded it. Okay.
Point of order, Madam Chair. If this is a motion, it's going to require a waiver of notice.
Point of order.
So our very talented clerk has just suggested we don't need to waive a notice of motion because it is already on the agenda, and while it was for information, it is on the agenda. So I'm going to allow the motion to stand. Councillor Deutschmann?
Well, point of order, Madam Chair. This is for information only. What Councillor Urbanovic is bringing forward is a whole different concept to this piece. If you're going to defer, it's deferring receiving this for information. What Councillor Urbanovic is asking is that we not proceed with a response tomorrow. That's a whole different thing.
I'm going to let the clerk respond. Councillor Deutschman, it's a good response.
Yeah, thanks through the chair. Within the Bill 162 staff report, the one paragraph actually speaks to the region staff providing sorry, I have the quote here, just one second. Sorry, just one second, I have too many emails. That the protection of waters and moraine through the ROP regional exchange area designation is critical to ensuring homes will be built in the region of Waterloo. Expansions of the urban area into areas designated regional recharge area will impact the region's water supply and water quality, which is critical. It is expected that the approaches that will be required to the service of the new urban areas approved through Bill 162 will result in an increase in the climate change and climate impacts and our carbon footprint, that the region of Waterloo will prepare a response to the ERO for Bill 162 due on March 21st. What Councillor Verbanovic is asking is that rather than doing that staff not provide that response to the ERO, as deferring it would obviously not meet the requirements of the March 21st deadline tomorrow. So with this being on the agenda, with that being in the report, I'm of the opinion that procedurally notice does not need to be waived for that type of a motion, as it's already in the staff report that's before council right now.
Thank you very much. So having said that, Councillor Verbanovic, you wanted to speak to this. I have two speakers who have not addressed this, and I'll come back to Councillor Deutschman.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And just as I indicated, I do appreciate staff bringing this forward, but also recognize it's being brought forward in the context of the work that all of us have done and the work that the area municipalities have done in terms of partaking in the provincial process and the opportunity to see adjustments take place. I will say that certainly from our municipality, there has been some concern around the tone of the report, because it seems to imply that Kitchener doesn't have a shared interest in protecting our collective drinking water supply and regional recharge areas. And in fact, that is farthest from the truth. The city of Kitchener, in fact, as everyone here is aware, is responsible for delivery of that water supply. So it in fact is a shared responsibility, and one that we take very seriously. The City of Kitchener has worked with the region and will continue to work with the region on any lands that are added to Kitchener's urban area to study, assess, and understand any potential implications on groundwater and regional recharge areas under the responsibilities that both of us share. Our community has been leaders in the area of growth management for many decades, first with its staging of development program, which tied subdivision approvals with required infrastructure approvals, and through our current growth management strategy and plan. Kitchener's official plan includes policies about phasing and staging of development to ensure the continued orderly development of growth, and is committed to continue to work collaboratively with the region and our area municipal partners on the continued staging of development within expansion areas, both here and throughout the region. Council's November resolution on the addition of more lands within Kitchener's urban area included a request that developments within any lands added to Kitchener's urban area be designed to net zero carbon standards to the extent possible, and also to include affordable housing options. And we've been working diligently on that front, and in fact last night approved our Growing Together strategy, as well as inclusionary zoning that we've been working on collaboratively with Waterloo, Cambridge, and the region as part of our joint efforts to try to address both issues of housing supply as well as housing affordability in the community. The last points that I think I want to make is the region, in looking at this report, seems to be missing the fact that the regional recharge is layered with protected countryside line, and that's the permanent barrier to developing. The lands that delegation spoke to tonight are not part of protected countryside. That is the critical and fundamental difference. And that is being missed in this report. And therefore it would be inappropriate to submit this in that regard. And as such, I would hope our colleagues can support the motion that's before us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Hunick.
Chair Redmond, can the record please show that I'm very uncomfortable with Councillor Vermanovic's suggestion that we not submit a report to the ERO, and I think it lacks significant wisdom to suggest that we absorb the report and comment on it, because none of us who currently sit on regional council are water experts, and the people that wrote this report are. And so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hunick. I have Councillor Deutschmann, but I have two other speakers. So, Councillor Deutschmann, I will come back to you. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, staff, for preparing this report. I must admit I was a bit caught off guard. It was for information. I get that processes are different at different levels of government. I know in our council chambers it was brought forward for comment from council. And what I find really uncomfortable about this is now I've already endorsed and approved at my local council a report going forward to the province on comments that are in contradiction to some of the things in this, of which I also belong to the council. And I don't know how I can be endorsing essentially two conflicting opinions to the province. And so process-wise, I would really appreciate going forward if when we're asked for comments, that council have an opportunity to speak on them, and specifically what some of the other councillors have spoken to is more conversation with all levels of government. I'll be honest, I can't off the top of my head recall the conversation if my staff had it with yours. So I'm not calling out anyone in particular. I would just like process-wise going forward if we have more open lines of communication on all sides, because I'm very uncomfortable and will be supporting Councillor Verbanovic's motion, because I otherwise would be endorsing conflicting information going to the province, both under which my name is signed by.
Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair, I will not be supporting Councillor Ivanovic's motion. I think the municipalities are free to submit their own reports, and I'm sure from what we've heard tonight, Barry has his already. I think that Commissioner Rowe's report stressed the importance of the Waterloo moraine to our groundwater, and as we know, as regional councillors, we are responsible for keeping that groundwater viable for as long as we're on council, and for the future for everyone. So we've also pointed out that though we're trying to build more houses, this land isn't necessarily needed for houses at this point. So I support the staff report and will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate the comments and the acknowledgement that protection of the water supply is a shared responsibility. We have sufficient approvals for construction and meeting our housing commitments. Our professional staff, well educated and experienced on this issue, has told us what we need to do to protect our water supply. You know, we all understand and appreciate the significant costs for water infrastructure. We see this all the time. We hear it from our constituents about the cost of water, and we know it's because of the cost of significant infrastructure. As water use goes down, that only increases the overall cost for infrastructure on a per capita basis. And so anything we do, when we have an opportunity to protect the natural elements of protection for our water supply, what that does is if we take that away, that leads us to more infrastructure cost. And in the reported comments on a Lake Erie pipeline, maybe way down the line, but still, we today have to be acknowledge and be responsible for future generations here. And there can be no higher priority than a safe and secure water supply. And as regional councillors, that is our number one responsibility, working with our professional, experienced staff to ensure that they're putting forward the best plan possible. And let's make no mistake, this issue about non-cooperation or non-consultation, this is driven by the province because of the short time frame that they've given with respect to the response. And I don't recall any regional councillors, directly elected regional councillors, voicing complaint when area municipalities were making changes to the regional official plan. So, things happen and we're trying to respond as best we can. But we have to ensure that we have safe water supply. And this is a step in the right direction to ensure that we're minimizing future costs for our constituents. Thank you.
So I have two more repeat interventions, and then I'm going to call the questions. So Councillor Vanovic and then Councillor Hunick. So Councillor Vanovic.
Thank you very much, Chair Redmond. And I did just want to clarify some incorrect information that was shared. Throughout the ROPA 6 process, there were a variety of concerns that were shared by people both on the previous council and this council in terms of some of the data that was in the document, but we also knew that and some of the recommendations. Council will recall that we were under a deadline by which that document needed to be completed, which I believe, and Mr. Regier can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think was the end of August of 2022, and we worked very diligently as a council to meet that deadline. And but in the process of doing that, a number of people spoke to the fact that there were concerns and that, in fact, there was a recognition that there would be a process through the province to seek amendments. That process has been followed. Obviously, the province kind of followed and didn't follow and then followed again. But notwithstanding all that, we have a series, we have a bill now that is implementing that and responding to the issues and concerns in our region and other regions of the province where they have heard concerns. And so I think it is key that be reflected. And I think the other thing that is key to be reflected is, again, the reminder that we all generally, and obviously there is 2 townships that the region is also responsible for delivery, but otherwise all of us are responsible for a portion of the water component, and everyone, as far as I'm concerned, around this horseshoe is committed to making sure that we protect our water supply, because that is key. I know I am, I know my council is, and I believe everyone around this council is. There is a process in place. It's not like it's the Wild West that'll be created if the development goes forward. There's still a whole process and conditions that need to be met by the developers that were here tonight or any other group that comes forward. And I would expect that our professional, capable staff here at the region, at the city or townships, and at the province will deal with it in that professional manner. Thank you.
Councillor Hunick.
As regionally elected officials, we are each liable for clean and safe drinking water. And I believe that Councillor Romanovic's deferral tactic may put each of us at risk. So I hope that my colleagues will not conform to this deferral.
Thank you. Just for clarity, the motion before us is that the report not be submitted. So it's not a deferral right now. It's not be submitted because the deadline is so short. So colleagues, I think it's had a fair hearing. I see no other speakers, so I would ask you to vote on a motion by Councillor Vanovic, seconded by Councillor Foxton, that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo direct staff to not submit EEES-WAS-24-001 proposed Bill 162 Get It Done Act and drinking water supply implications for Waterloo Region as the region's comments to the Environmental Registry of Ontario dated March 20th, 2024. So I'd ask you to use eScribe to vote on this motion. That motion is defeated as it was a tie vote. Council, I would like to move on to the next motion under consideration is a motion for the Committee of the Whole to rise and Council to resume. If I could have a mover.
Chair, point of order. Do we vote to receive that report, or is that we don't have to do anything with the report?
No, it was for information only, Councillor Deutschman, but it's a good clarification. Thank you. Would you like
Chair,
to?
Before we go, is Ms. Chantel's motion is comments in regards to the city cab? When are we dealing with that?
Later. Not yet, Councillor Foxton. What I'm looking for now is somebody to vote and second for a motion to the Committee of Whole to rise and Council to resume. Moved by Councillor Saladin, seconded by Councillor Fox. Wolf, sorry. Too much wildlife around here. Please use your e-scribe to vote. So, colleagues, that is carried. And again, I apologize to Councillor Wolf. I would now entertain a motion to adopt the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Hunick. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Councillor Foxton, are you in favor?
I already selected yes and voted.
Well, that is carried, colleagues. The next agenda item 17 is a notice of motion by Councillor Doug Craig. Councillor Craig, this was moved, and who was it seconded by? Or does it need a seconder?
I think we have a seconder. Councillor Foxton.
Councillor Foxton, are you seconding this notice of motion?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Craig, would you like to speak to it?
I would like to speak to it, and I'm going to read the whereases because I think they're important to hear. And they come out of the report of 2018, a feasibility study done by Waterloo Region Public Health Services. And it says that whereas there's been, this is recent, whereas there's been a reported 720 overdose deaths in the region of Waterloo since 2018, and whereas a region of Waterloo feasibility study, February 2018, found that there were an estimated 4,000 users in the region with approximately 2,000 users injecting drugs daily. And whereas 79% of the people surveyed reported injecting drugs alone, increasing the risk of fatal outcomes. And whereas inhalation is preferred among people without stable housing in Waterloo Region, it is suspected in approximately half the deaths in Ontario. And whereas a major conclusion of the feasibility report of that day was that the stated figures were an underestimation. Therefore, be it resolved that the region of Waterloo, municipality of Waterloo, direct public health staff to provide a report by the end of 2024 second quarter to increase awareness and understanding of the scope of the drug overdose and addiction issues in the region of Waterloo. This report would include data on the current situation, how many are using, what are they using, where are they using, an overview of public health and community services activities in response, and an overview of the current federal, provincial, and local initiatives to address substance abuse. And I sat down with Dr. Wong and discussed this motion, just so people are aware of that, so that it doesn't challenge the health department in terms of exceeding the capability of what they could do. But main purpose of the motion, it is not a strategy. It is to start the discussion. And when the motion comes back, hopefully, in the second quarter, we can then start talking about strategy in terms of how we can resolve or mitigate to a great extent the issue that we're seeing within the region of Waterloo. The last 2 months, January and February, we had 19 overdose deaths, and we are on track for a 20% increase this year. So I think it's a crisis, we all know that, and we need to start discussing it. Within the report, it's not a matter of just injection of drugs, how many. I'd like to know about the fatal, non-fatal overdoses, the effect of naloxone distribution and how it's mitigated the situation or not, the impact on our health community system, our hospital, our ambulances, the rate of hepatitis C and HIV, and the characteristics of drug use patterns. So that's all incorporated into it. And I think when we get the report back, we can start the discussion. And I think it's important that we do this and we start moving on it, because we're losing on average 100 people a year. And as I said, I didn't even say it properly. It's a terrible situation, and it can't continue. And we need to start dealing with it and looking outside of what we're doing right now in terms of mitigating the situation and trying to come to some resolution to improve what's happening in terms of the overwhelming death tolls we're seeing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair, sorry.
It's close enough.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. Councillor Deutschman, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I have, as it has been circulated previously to Council, a amendment to Councillor Craig's motion. I've forwarded to Regional Clerk as well, and I believe Councillor Wolf is prepared to second the amendment. Is that correct? I can't see
Councillor
it.
Wolf, you're prepared to second the amendment? Okay, thank you. So
Thank
Councillor
you.
Wolf is indicating yes, and we will put it up on the screen. I would do the theme to Jeopardy, but I don't know it. So would anybody like the proposed amendment read out, or Councillor Deutschman? Would you like to read it out, Councillor Deutschman?
Sure, my honor. Just going to minimize here. Be it further resolved that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo calls on the Ontario government to, 1, immediately reopen the consumption and treatment site CTS process. 2, eliminate the cap of 21 sites province-wide. 3, eliminate the ban on inhalation accommodations. And 4, revise the CTS process to reduce the bureaucratic burden for applicants and expedite the establishment of safe consumption sites. And that this request be sent to the Premier of Ontario and the Ministers for Health, Mental Health and Addictions, and Finance, as well as the area members of Provincial Parliament in the region of Waterloo. Prepared to speak to it.
So please go ahead and speak to it, and this will be what we're debating, and then we'll go to Councillor Wolf. Councillor Deutschman.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate what Councillor Craig is asking for with respect to information, but as a region, we don't really need the information to know that, for example, CTS sites are successful. And in fact, in the very record article where Councillor Craig provided Ms. Desmond an interview, it's noted there that the region's biggest success has been the consumption and treatment services site at 150 Duke Street in Kitchener. Consumption and treatment services sites provide supervised injection and ingestion for unregulated drugs, along with wraparound supports, including healthcare, harm reduction, referrals for mental health and substance use disorders, and more. And this is an even bigger point, and it speaks directly to Councillor Craig's concern about the number of deaths that have been happening because of drugs in our community. Since the CTS opened in 2019, nearly 1,000 lives have been saved from overdose. Its services have been so effective that not a single person has died from overdose at the site. So that's all the information we need to know that that is successful. And we really need to urge the provincial government to get moving on this critical issue. And I think this is an excellent opportunity to voice our concern as a region and to ask that the province do the right thing with respect to safe consumption sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deutschman. Councillor Wolf, please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair. I strongly support the amendment. Originally, I was not going to support the motion because our time for discussion is over. There isn't anyone on council who doesn't have an understanding of the severity of the drug problem, substance abuse, the drug poisoning, the crime, the victimization, all of those things, I think, or I know that people on this council are very aware. We don't need, to me, staff time and expense to come up with something that we already know. So whether there's 4,000 people using illicit drugs or 10,000, we have the same problem. We need to do something about it. So Councillor Deutschman's amendment at least speaks to the provincial government and says, we need a CTS. In Cambridge, we don't have any facilities. We need the cap for the 21 province-wide lifted. We need the ban on inhalation accommodation. We need to revive the CTS process. We need to fund things that are working. We also need to come up with other things because obviously, even when we have a CTS in Kitchener, we still are having many drug poisonings. And many people are dying alone in their homes with the drug poisoning. We know we have more people using drugs than we did in 2018. So we need an action plan now. We need timelines. We need goals. We don't need more discussion. So I understand that if I vote for the amendment, then the motion passes. But I guess that's what we'll have to do. Thank you.
Councillor Hunick.
Further to what Councillor Wolf and Councillor Deutschman have said, sadly, I think each of us knows the exponential growth of drug use in the region in the last decade, which is, again, very sad. I feel that it is a make-work project for staff to study this yet again, and I'm wondering, Chair Redmond, my question is, can we approve the amendment without also approving the motion first?
Essentially, are you asking that it be taken as two motions or taken separately as opposed to one vote?
If that's a possibility, then yes.
So I've just been instructed that there was no notice of motion required because Councillor Deutschman and Councillor Wolf were amending an existing motion. So the amendment will rise or fall, and then it will either become part of the main motion or not, and then we'll vote on that. So.
Okay. So regardless, if we vote for the amendment, then the study has to happen as well.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Redmond. what others have said, yes, we do have a crisis. It's something that needs to be done. But what I want to ask is to Dr. Wang, in terms of some of the requests on this motion, so the data on the current situation, how many are using, what they're using, where they are using, is this a realistic goal, something that can be measured by your staff?
What we would do is we would pull together the best available data that we have to try to address questions that seek to paint a picture of who's using what they're using. It's not going to be perfect or exact. It may not be complete either, but we can pull together the best available data we have at this time to bring back in Q2.
Okay, and just for clarification then, so if you're collecting the data on, what people are using, which we have an idea, but I'm more conscious of the kind of where they're using. So I'd like to propose that be removed, because I don't think that is something that's measurable, realistic in terms of kind of a SMART goal. So to alter that so that where they're using is removed, because that to me, I mean, if we understand this epidemic we have here, they're being used everywhere. So what is I'm just trying to get some quantification around what.
I think a couple of things, if I may. One, public health wouldn't have the ability, if we wanted to bring something back soon, in order to inform timely response, we wouldn't have the capacity to do a survey to try to capture that information ourselves within that timeline, but we would try to pull together the best available data that we have from, surveys that have been done, data sources that currently exist that can give some information that presents a perspective, right, on the drug use and who's using. But you're right, a lot of the drug use, like one of the main limitations with data is the fact that, a lot of this is not what people want to share, right? So there's going to be some limitations for sure. And maybe perhaps, it was really in speaking with Councillor Craig that I understood, like, these were the questions he was interested in. And so, I had suggested it could be crafted to sort of be more like high level and just try to address some common questions that he had. But I don't want to speak for him.
Councillor James, if you have more questions about Councillor Craig's main motion, I'm happy to come back. But do you want to address the amendment or?
Yeah, so I'm fine with the amendment. It's more the initial motion that I want to have possibly just removed part of it.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Verbanovich, did you take your name off? Oh. Councillor Hunick?
Colleen, did you just propose an amount? Sorry, Councillor James, did you just propose an amendment to the motion?
I will be to the main motion, not the amended piece that Councillor Deutschmann put forward.
And just to reiterate, the amendment is what we should be talking about now. That was my caution. So Councillor James can feel free to do that after we deal with the amendment.
Thank you. Sorry.
No problem. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. So we're just discussing the amendment?
Easy for you to say. Yes, we're just discussing the amendment. I'm happy to come back if you want to talk about the main motion.
Sure, put me on the list for that, but I'll just say I am not at all opposed to the amendment. I kind of agree that it should be two separate motions. They're kind of two different ideas, but I'm not opposed to it as it is here.
Councillor Leggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really disturbed that this amendment has been brought forward because it's not a secret that I oppose CTS as a part of the drug strategy to solve this massive problem that we have. And if the amendment goes through, I sadly won't be able to support Councillor Craig's motion, because I think his motion is what we needed for a long time. This the kind of data. Sorry, somebody's watching hockey here. It's just, you know, when and Councillor Deutschman stated there's been no deaths at that site. That's a key phrase, because that's what everybody said. The people are dying when they leave the site. So they go to the hospital and they die, or they die after they've been to the CTS. So to say that they're not at the site may be factually correct, but that's not what's really happening. And when I look at BC, you know, there's a province who keeps adding more and more and more CTSs, and yet their rates of overdose deaths just keep climbing. So if we look at other people other areas that have done the same thing, that's not solving the problem. So we all know what the problem is. We all know, we just don't know the depths. And I think that's what's important from Councillor Craig's motion here. And we know what some of the key things should be, you know, with our rehab, detox, and recovery beds. If somebody wants to put millions and billions of dollars into that, I'm there. I will pay heavily for that kind of thing, and I will get behind that bandwagon 100%, along with the mental health facilities for those people who use drugs to bandage themselves from that. So I'm not going to support Councillor Deutschman's. I don't want a CTS in my community. I know there are others around this table that think that's a good thing. I don't think that's saving people's lives, which is what we should be looking at here.
Thank you, Councillor Liggett. I'm just going to reiterate, I have on the main motion, after we deal with this amendment, Councillors James, Shantz, Hunick. Councillor Vanovich, do you want to talk about the amendment or the main motion?
Well, actually, a little bit of both, and an amendment that I'm going to be proposing.
Oh, swell. So I'm going to go to Councillor Erb first. Councillor Erb, you're on the list.
And I don't have an amendment. I'm going to support the amendment. However, if it's lost, I'm going to vote against the main motion. Maybe not, well, we'll see what the amendments are like, but I want to be on the list to speak to the main motion if the amendment carries.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Vanovich.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think we're in a bit of a procedural quandary here, and I agree with the assessment that the clerk made and that you've concurred with around the amendment. But what people are struggling with is that if they support the amendment, if they at the end of the day, the overall motion is going to get caught up potentially in the amendment. And so what I'm going to actually move is a deferral on the amendment. And I'm going to move a deferral on the amendment until Councillor Craig, the report that Councillor Craig is requesting, comes back. If somebody wants to move an amendment on that timing, that's fine. But that will, if that passes, that will, the amendment would not proceed tonight. But we couldn't move forward with Councillor Craig's motion and support it, and then take a position on the amendment at a future meeting. And the timing I'm suggesting right now is when we have the information that Councillor Craig is asking for. But if somebody wants to move something sooner than that as an amendment on the date, that would be fine. So if there's
I'll second.
So I guess I'm looking for clarification. That's been seconded by Councillor Liggett. The deferral would be to what end? You just want this motion dealt with in two parts?
That is correct. And it would, and quite frankly, I think it would also allow I think what Councillor Craig is asking for is that we have some updated, current, quantifiable information that will better inform our ultimate direction, which may mean that the amendment stays the same. It may also mean that we, make some changes at that time.
So I'm going to take Chair's prerogative here and just say, Dr. Wong, I know Councillor James was sort of skirting on this issue. How doable are the directions in Councillor Craig's motion, and can you spitball how long it would take you to come back? Are we talking weeks, months, years?
I think it really depends on the level of information that that is desired. Staff we're planning to bring back information this spring to give an update on the current state of the drug overdose and addictions issues, with the data that we have, with the data that we can collect. And in conversations with Councillor Craig, I understood he was very interested in better understanding what the current situation is like. And so I suggested we could frame it as data that tries as much as we possibly can within this second quarter timeline to get at who is using, where they're using, and what they're using. We'll likely get some partial information on those elements, but probably we won't get full or exact information just because of it's people don't often want to share everything. But we do have some data, including some data that we put in a letter from myself to the Chief Medical Officer of Health, requesting inhalation services for our CTS. So in that letter, which I had sent to Councillor earlier, as a result of a motion by Councillor James, that type of data, we have that kind of data that shows that yes, inhalation is becoming a more favored use, a favored method of use by drug users. So it's something that we would really like to add to the services at the Kitchener CTS, for example. So we do have some data, and what I'm happy to do. What we're planning to do is bring back the best available data at this time, as well as an overview of the current initiatives that are happening not only locally but at other levels of government too, because sometimes we get asked questions about those, such as other initiatives that have to do with the drug strategy but are not under the purview of local public health. And so, but we still have information about that, and we can bring that back, and it would be for just general awareness, increased awareness, so that we have some up-to-date information. So I can definitely commit to bringing back the best available information we have within that time frame, yes.
Sorry, did I miss, what would a time frame be? Like in 3 months, in 1 month, in 3 weeks? What can you?
Yeah, I think depending on the level of information that we're seeking, if, for example, staff were directed to go do a survey ourselves of users, like that will take more time. That will probably take months. But if the direction is really to try to bring back the best available data, then we can bring it back with this spring. We can bring that back, and it's possible. After that, there may be a request to go and get more information based on what we have to expand on that. But what we can bring back is, what we can pull together quickly in the next few weeks.
So for all intents and purposes, an interim report.
A report on the status as it will exist at this time.
So colleagues, bit of a conundrum here. I'm going to look to Councillor Deutschmann and Councillor Wolf and just say, would you be willing to withdraw your amendment so we can debate and clarify the main motion? Because the other option is that we would defeat the amendment and then go on to the main motion. It's not possible right now to deal with the main motion unless you were to withdraw the amendment.
Point of order, Madam Clerk. I do believe that there was a motion to defer that was moved and seconded, so that would take precedence.
It is, but there's a lack of clarity around the main motion. So I'm looking to bring some clarity. Councillor James had some questions, and other people had talked about amending it. So I'm looking to try to find the clearest way that we can navigate this. So if you're saying, Councillor Ravanovich, it's a bit messy, I totally agree.
So, Madam Chair,
Councillor Deutschman.
thank you. So, Councillor Ravanovich moves a deferral and then basically gives arguments why the deferral should be supported, which is not really appropriate. However, my view is that we don't really need any more information. So I'm fine with just having the deferral vote on this amendment.
Thank you. So the clarification, Councillor Deutschman, is your amendment. We will deal with the deferral, then we'll deal with the amendment, and then we'll deal with the main motion.
Yes.
Thank you. We have clarity. Hang on. Clerk's staff just needs a minute to put the deferral up.
Yeah.
Colleagues, we are going to have a 5-minute recess. So colleagues, after a bit of deferral and clarification, I'm going to rule the deferral out of order, and we are now going to be voting on the amendment. Councillor Hunick, do you want me to read the amendment? So this is moved by Councillor Deutschmann, seconded by Councillor Wolf. You got it? Okay. All right, so it's been moved and seconded. I would now ask you to use your e-scribe to vote. You may speak to the amendment. You're in, go ahead.
I may not have to. I'm very unhappy and I'm somewhat ticked off by what I'm hearing tonight and disappointed in a lot of people with regards to a very simple motion on the table to look for information. And we look for information with regards to how many people are homeless, and we bring the facts up to date. We do it for how many intersections we have with accidents. We do it for healthcare and a number of other areas. And all of a sudden, if I hadn't have brought this motion here today, Deutschmann's motion wouldn't be on the floor. Okay? We'd be just going ahead and forgetting about it. So I want to talk about safe injection sites, because this has been bantered around for a long time. Within the complex where the safe injection site is working, yes, they do great things. I don't question that, okay? But I do question that they've saved 1,000 people. That's complete nonsense, because if the safe injection site wasn't there, those people would have been out in the community, they would have been overdosing with partners, they would have been in emergencies, they would have been at the hospital and so on. So that's simply not true to interpret it that way. Okay, the second thing I'd like to say is the fact that the motion on the floor from Councillor Deutschmann, who is hooked onto my motion, is really a feel-good motion. And we're going to send it to the province, and we're going to ask them to increase all these different things with regards to allowing safe injection sites and so on. And we know where that motion is going to go once it's sent off. Okay? It's going to go in the waste paper basket at the region. You'll get a reply back saying, we're working on it. So what will we have at the end of the day? We won't have anything in terms of moving forward. All I'm simply trying to do is to get the information so we can start working outside safe injection sites. Now, the moral high ground is not held by those people that believe that safe injection sites are, in fact, the only way to go. Other people, and I'm one of them, I don't agree with them. I don't agree because a safe injection site, when you compare it to the number of people that we know are using outside of it, which is 2,000, and the safe injection site on a daily basis sees 40. That's less than 2% of the overall population. So we have 1,960 users in unsupervised sites around the region. And we're not dealing with that. Those are the people that are dying. I don't know how else to say it to you. You should know that. If you look at Vancouver proper, it has the same population as the region of Waterloo. They have 10 safe injection sites, and they're adding more. And where has it gone? And what's happened there? We need a whole new strategy, upstream strategy, to deal with these issues. My motion is incredibly straightforward and simple. I cannot ask Dr. Wong to do this for me. I need council's approval. And I'm just stunned that people don't want to hear about it. Don't want to hear about the impact on the hospitals. Don't want to hear about the impact on ambulance drivers. Don't want to hear about the HIV and in terms of the spread of HIV and how that's being mitigated. I mean, I'm just stunned by this. And I want to point out one thing. The region, the Waterloo Region Action Drug Team, which consists of a number of professionals and people that in fact are heavily involved in trying to do something, say we don't have a strategy. Well, you know what? We don't have a strategy. And after tonight, you're not going to have a strategy. And that's what's happening. Absolutely stunned. I can't believe what I'm hearing here tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. I've got a few speakers on the list that I assumed are people that I've put over to the main motion. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Ravanovich?
Thank you, Chair Redmond. So I do concur with the advice that the clerk gave you in terms of the amendment and the impact it would have had, on the deferral and the impact it would have had not only on the amendment but also the main motion. I am disappointed that, quite frankly, the mover and the seconder have linked this to the main motion, because they are two very different things and would have much preferred to see them dealt with separately. As a result of that, I won't be able to support the amendment today, and I will support Councillor Craig's main motion. And I'm doing that because, quite frankly, we've sent a lot of motions in the past saying, you know, we need more CTS sites, we need more funding, we need this, we need that. I think actually getting some updated facts and so on that we can build a strong advocacy strategy around is the right path and the best path. And so in the absence of that, I won't support the amendment, urge others not to, and will certainly be supporting Mayor Craig because I do think we need that information.
Are there any other councillors that would, Councillor Deutschmann, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to point out, recently 50 social agencies signed a letter to the province urging them to do exactly what we're asking for in this amendment. So this is an urgent issue. It's a crisis right now. This is not some same old retread that we're dealing with here. And we don't need more information to tell us that this is vital and important work that needs to be done and supported. And I would point out that the drug action team that Councillor Craig referred to also supports the amendment that I proposed, and they circulated in a letter to that effect. And the other thing, Madam Chair, on a point of order, I was elected like everybody else at this regional council, and I deserve the respect of being referred to as Councillor Deutschmann and not simply Deutschmann's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess I would remind all of us that once a motion is on the floor, it then belongs to council, whether it is moved or defeated. It is a council decision and it is a collective, and that's how we make decisions. So I'm now going to ask, I'm going to call the question on the amendment. Please use eScribe to vote. Sorry. So colleagues, that is a tie vote, so it is defeated. So we are now on to the main motion. And I had a few speakers who wanted to speak to this. Councillor James, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Chair. So my main concern is just with the collection of the data. I'm just pulling it up here. And as I, hold on 1 second. In terms of the collecting the data on the current situation, I need, Dr. Wang to really speak to if this is realistic and measurable and how long it would take, because I think while we understand that there is a crisis, the data that would be more important with how to address it is the why. It's the qualitative piece to this, and that's not being asked in this. So is this something that's really measurable, and how accurate in terms of, I think where people are using? I know Councillor Craig and I just had a brief conversation, getting reports from coroners, et cetera. But I think that this crisis, this epidemic is I mean, whatever you were able to get, I would say it would underestimate exactly how big of a situation we're dealing with. So I need to really understand that this is something that your team would be able to do, and I'm conscious of whatever numbers would come back, if they'd even be accurate enough. Anyhow, I'll stop there and let you respond.
Sure. So we do have some data that we keep updated on our dashboard. We also were planning to bring back an update to council this spring, with pulling together the latest data that we can access to try to better understand the current situation with respect to overdose and addictions. We know this is people are wondering how things are going. We were planning to keep it at a level that we could quickly pull together. Of course, interpreting it with the appropriate context as well. So, for example, if it was data that was from people who responded to surveys, we would say these are based on responses from those who responded to these surveys. It likely underestimates, based on what we see in the literature, the true number of users, because a lot of users do not want to say that they are using, right? For example, so it will be likely incomplete. It will likely be imperfect. This is often a challenge that we have with drug use surveys and things like that. However, what we were planning to do and can definitely commit to doing is bringing back, that level of information that we think helps provide a good overview based on the best available data. So that's that's something we were planning to do anyways. And so that's something that I think we can do. And yes, there will likely be, once we analyze the data and look at it to be able to interpret it, there likely will be gaps for certain aspects of that data. And we could then describe, what we know and what we may not know as well. And yeah.
Okay, so Councillor Craig, can I just ask you, in terms of that first part, Section A, the data on current situation, are you opposed to, if it says for staff to bring back the best available data, instead of being specific with how many, what they're using, where they're using? I think you'd encompass this as much as you could, but more the best available data, because I'm conscious of us getting specific. People are watching, we're on the hook for these specific numbers, and I don't want to put us in a situation where we may be minimizing and not really reflective. So the best available data on the current situation, using the resources that your team and staff have.
So, Councillor James, I think that's good clarification. I don't think it needs an amendment. It's just a shared understanding. Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I support the motion. I think, as Dr. Wong has said a couple of times, she was planning to bring a report anyway, and I think it's just good business for us to evaluate our CTS and the issues that are going on in the community regarding overdoses and so on. So I totally support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Hunick.
Dialogue's been going on so long, I forget what my question was.
Thank you. Councillor Erb, if you think of it, Councillor Hunick, I'll come back to you. Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to reluctantly support this motion. I think not to support it would appear that we're not interested in this tragedy in our community. However, I'm not sure where Councillor Craig thinks some of us have been the last 3 or 4 years with all the information we've been getting on this crisis in our community. This is a healthcare issue. And the advocacy we should be making is to the province of Ontario for the proper funding so our staff can respond appropriately to it. I think this is just, we're going to create some more work for our staff of work that they're already doing. And we're not getting the support from the province for this healthcare issue that we should. And I guess I need to say I was very disappointed in Councillor Craig bringing up the CTS site and his opposition to them. And all of a sudden it occurs to me that this is the information he is hoping for is going to be another argument that he can oppose the CTS site going forward, and it disappoints me. However, I'm going to support this reluctantly because I think it's information that hopefully would be helpful, but it's really a provincial issue that should be dealt with here.
So I'm going to call the question, but I'm going to ask you to indulge the chair's prerogative just for a moment to say, Natasha?
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I'm really learning.
Is your button not working?
No, my laptop, unfortunately, I didn't have time between meetings to go collect. Stuck in traffic, anyways. And I'm learning it's very hard to have these meetings without having your technology. But thank you for all indulging me. It wasn't a question about the motion. I just kind of wanted to remind everyone we're allowed to all have diversity of thought, and I think it's what makes us strong as a team. Let's try and not demoralize each other and take down other people's ideas. There are lots of people that we're representing with vast ideas, and I would just appreciate if we could keep that in mind as we're talking about our councillors and as we have different opinions.
Councillor James.
Okay, thank you through you, Chair. I think there's also something to be mindful of in this motion, which is asking for more information. But the reality is that we're not addressing the root causes, and that is nowhere in this, okay? So, if we're gonna address an epidemic and a crisis, we need to understand the root causes, which are, again, the systems that are helping to perpetuate this. So something to be mindful of when we get that information back from Dr. Wang and her team. Is there information around that they're really that we're void of root causes to this to address the situation. And that would be imperative when you create a plan. So just some final thoughts there for me. Thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And may I say what a great job you're doing tonight. I agreed with Councillor Deutschman's motion, and I agreed with it because I think we need more sites. I don't agree with just putting a motion forward for that. I think we have to delegate. I think we have to be in the province's face. I think we have to be there. I agree and seconded Councillor Craig's motion. And the reason is because the more data we give, the more numbers we give, the better our case to the province. Sending off something from council gets to a staffer, which gets a lot of times fired. Being in the minister's face, it's a lot harder to file a person. And I think it's essential. I think CTS sites do good. If we can save 40 lives a day, I'll take it. I'll take it. If we can save more, even better. So, but I think we're all saying the same thing. We have a problem. Let's work together. Let's find out the best way we can do the best we can. Let's get data. And I'll shut up now and move on. Thank you.
Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. Well, I won't be supporting this motion. I still feel that the time for discussion is over. I think we're underestimating Council's knowledge of the situation, and the time is for action. And if I look at the Waterloo Region Drug Action Team, when they talked about things that they think are already here, but they're definitely not in Cambridge, and they talk about life-saving community-initiated programs and policies, which are such as naloxone provision, supervised consumption services, safe supply, the Good Samaritan Drug Overdose Act, neighborhood-based prevention opportunities, overdose monitoring. Those are actions, and we need more of these kinds of actions, and we do need an aggressive drug strategy. And we know we're getting this information anyway from Commissioner Wong in the spring without going through surveys and very time-consuming ways of getting that information. So I think the motion is unnecessary. And again, just is what to me is sort of putting politics before people. We're do another report, we look like we're doing something, but in fact, we're not really doing anything. So I'll be voting against this and look forward to when we bring forward some action items.
So the comment I was going to make, in addition to please use eScribe, is to say that I believe in evidence-based, data-informed decisions. So I will support this motion. I would hate for anybody listening to this to think that we do not have a drug strategy. We do. I would tell you it's fairly robust. It is not perfect, but I look at Commissioner Sweeney and I think of all the people that work as outreach workers, the people that make sure that people's needs are met, that they know the kind of supports that are available. We're going to solve these issues, I believe, one person at a time. And Councillor James made a really good point that this is not a root cause, but we are working with the symptoms. So I would hope anybody that's listening to this meeting wouldn't think that there is nothing being done, because there's much being done. So, Councillor Wolf, I don't disagree with you that there's much being done and much that is known, but I also think of the pit count and how the point-in-time count of homeless people was a game changer for how we were looking at homelessness and the magnitude of what existed in the region of Waterloo. So I will support this. I also support CTS, and I don't believe that there's a silver bullet or one remedy to these kinds of very complex issues. So the motion has been moved and seconded. I would ask Council to please use your eScribe to vote for or against this. Colleagues, that is carried.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Councillor Craig.
Yeah, just so everyone's knowledge, Councillor Wolf and I are not traveling together tonight, so my safety is secure. I just want you to know that.
And for anybody watching, they often carpool because they're very environmentally minded. There is no unfinished business. I believe there is other business. Councillor James.
Through you, Chair Redmond, I just wanted to emphasize and bring up the Youth Impact Survey. We received the results about a week and a bit ago, and I want to thank the Children and Youth Planning Table and all of the youth who participated in the survey. And just know that, you know, there's good things happening in youth that are feeling supported, but there's also a lot that needs to be done. And I don't know if colleagues around the table have had a chance to look at some of the data that came from that, but these youth that have participated all across all 7 area municipalities, this entire region, are really speaking to their experiences and how they feel within the region in terms of being valued. Housing insecurity, youth experiencing homelessness or hidden homelessness has increased from 8% in 2021 to 13% in 2023. You know, there are situations with food insecurity that are happening with youth, and it just, you know, reinforces the need to address and to center youth in this area in terms of their placement here in this region. But want to thank those youth who participated in this survey recently. Thank you.
Thank you. I see 3 other councillors that have other business, so we will dispatch with that, and then I'm going to suggest we continue to move on. Councillor Deutschmann, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to bring to the attention, perhaps Commissioner Sweeney. I've received some inquiries too. There was a news story on CTV yesterday about a couple that moved through Lutherwood into housing in Cambridge and issues that they had with respect to that housing, mold and other issues of concern. And so I don't know if Commissioner Sweeney's had a chance to see that story and maybe follow up with respect to that issue. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Through you, Chair. Councillor Deutschmann, no, I hadn't seen that story, but I will check in with staff tomorrow morning on that.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I have a question. I apologize, Sue. Or Councillor Foxton, I meant to mention this to you earlier, but I'm just wondering if we could get an update from the GRCA with respect to the provincial changes that they are introducing to the conservation authorities. I just think that would be important for us to hear about and understand. Particularly given how important the GRCA is in our across our region.
So I don't know which commissioner would answer to that, to say that they do make regular updates. So can we take that under advisement and we will bring a report back? Thank you. Councillor Verbanovich.
Thank you very much. And my question is for Commissioner Sweeney, and it has to do with University Avenue transition. It was my understanding that March 18th, I believe, was the date when residents were indicated they needed to have new shelter or find new shelter by due to the renovations that are planned as part of the transition to SHIP taking over on April 1st. Wondering what the status of that is. Have all the residents found new accommodations? Where are things at?
Through you, Chair, that work continues in progress. We have a number of alternative locations for folks, but the transition of the residents currently at University Avenue is not complete, and so that work is underway. We were hoping to find supports for folks to take up alternative locations by last week and this week, and we're still working through that process. We are committed to ensuring that all of those who are there are offered a space to continue to live there, and we're also trying to do some important health and safety and other construction work in and around that, and it's going to be a challenge. It's probably going to take us a bit longer to continue to support people to do that, but some folks are there taking up spots, but there's not a mass move out and move in happening that some folks thought might actually happen.
Okay, well, I think it's important for us to be aware of this, and so if we can get regular updates on that, I think that would be appreciated. It's something that I've heard from several people about, and just concerned about the well-being of these folks. So I'm glad to hear that we're committed to ensuring that that folks have a place to go. The other thing is, I know on the update list that we get regularly in terms of the state of the various options that we have for shelter throughout the continuum, a Better Tent City hasn't been included in that. And in the past, I was told that the rationale behind that was that it wasn't someone that the region was funding. That obviously has changed now, but I haven't seen that change in the chart. And I think it's important that they be added, because that is just part of the reality of the numbers that are being served within the boundaries of the city of Kitchener. And so I'm wondering if that can be changed in the next update.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Verbanovich. Yeah, I'll look into having a conversation with staff about how we can ensure that we have access to adequate data from a Better Tent City and are able to report back in a manner that that we can all have confidence in those numbers. I'm not sure at this point what those numbers look like and what that reporting might look like, but certainly agree with the premise that bringing visibility to it, given the change in funding status, is a prudent suggestion.
That's great. Thank you very much. I appreciate your responses on both those items.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly to answer to Councillor McCabe's question, is the GRCA was given a very limited scope in saying that from the province that we just have to manage GRCA. we can't go beyond our boundaries or do a lot of the extra things we did before, run the programs we did before. And anything that changed for each municipality, we came to each municipality. So the GRCA worked with regional staff. A lot of times the separate emotions didn't come forward, but I'm sure them for Mayor McCabe or for the rest of us, if you wish to see those. The biggest issue on the pipe right now is Laurel Creek Conservation, not Conservation, Laurel Creek Nature Center. It got removed because it's not on GRCA land, and the province said you cannot fund it or run it. Now, GRCA board is looking into different ways on how we can allow for it to move forward. One of the options will be approaching the region of Waterloo to say, would you fund it still running with the municipalities? And that will be a discussion for later, because we're not allowed as a GRCA to fund the nature center under the new rules. But that will all come forward, and we'll hopefully work it out in the wash. We have a report coming back to the GRCA in September. And hopefully we'll have some kind of resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foxton, and thank you to all of our colleagues that serve on the GRC. It's a very important organization. Colleagues, we're now going to move to a motion to enact bylaws, first, second, and third readings. Before I ask for a mover and a seconder, I'm going to suggest that we are going to be dealing with 21.1, 21.3, 4, and 5. We will take 21.2 separately, as that is a bylaw that I believe Councillor Hunick wants to speak to. So could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor James, Councillor Salonen. Please use your e-scribe to vote on all of the bylaws 21.1 to 21.5 with the exception of 21.2.
It's not coming up. I'm a yes.
Yeah, it's not up yet, but I think the system's tired. There we go.
Councillor Harris, are you in favor? He's multitasking. Good job, Councillor Harris. So bylaw 21.2 is a bylaw that is license regulation and government brokers, government brokers. And Councillor Hunick, do you want to defer this?
Yes, please, Chair Edmund. When the Taxi Licensing and Insurance Board met last, I was under the impression that all of the taxi companies were on side with the motion recommended, and the correspondence from City Cabs would indicate that that's not actually the case. So I think that the Taxi Licensing and Review Board needs more time to look into this further, please.
So you're deferring it to the next meeting of the licensing committee?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless clerks recommend something different.
So this motion to defer needs a seconder, moved by Councillor Williams, and this would
Madam
be...
Chair, may I? I believe Tom, the staffer, is on, and he was going to speak in regards to Councillor Hunick's comment. So I'm not sure if the staff had advised me earlier today that he would be on. Have we lost him?
I think sadly, like your e-scribe, Councillor Foxton, we just lost Mr. Hudason. So he just logged on, not off. Okay, there he is. Tom, would you like to you have the floor to speak to this deferral? So it's the bylaw concerning the regulation and licensing of brokers, owners, and drivers of taxi cabs, just to bring you up to speed. Councillor Hunick has put a motion to defer to licensing committee, and it's been seconded. Would you like to speak to it?
No, I don't wish to speak to it.
Okay. I think Sue was looking for you to explain what is before us.
Oh, absolutely. Through the chair, I believe the issue with the rate, this isn't something that hasn't happened before. We've raised the rates before. I think something that's come up this time around is whether or not it has to be uniformly applied across all brokers and what they charge. Our bylaw is set up to set the maximum rate, not the minimum rate. So if someone wants to charge less than that, our bylaw allows for it. We don't have, like, that is only set as the maximum. It is not set as the rate. It's the highest that it can go. So maybe some more discussion around that is necessary because I think that's the point they had issue with.
Thank you. So the deferral would allow for that discussion. Councillor Foxton, do you have another intervention?
Well, I just wanted to clarification here. So what is City Cab's position? Because everybody else agreed. When we say everybody else, how many agreed?
I would suggest that this is a discussion that we can have at licensing committee rather than take additional time now, unless you have a issue with the deferral.
I will bow to your wishes.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to defer. Tom, thanks for being here, and Sue, thanks for your input. So I would ask everybody to vote on the motion that Regional Municipality Waterloo defer Bylaw 24-007, because it just disappeared.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah.
Spent 18 hours in council meetings in 2 days. Gotta love it. Totally.
Sorry. Councillor Wolf, are you in favor of the deferral? Colleagues, that is carried, and I'm sad to say that the next motion before us is a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Salonen, seconded by Councillor Foxton. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried unanimously. I have a